Fantastic. Thank you. So hello, everyone. Welcome to day 3 at FII 9. Today is Investment Day. So my name is Joseph Cass from S&P Global, and I'm here just to introduce you to somebody very special this morning. So Jeff Hoffman is the chairman of the Global Entrepreneurship Network. He's been driving innovation and economic growth across more than 200 countries. Jeff's a serial entrepreneur, he's an investor, and he's a global business leader. He's built and scaled companies that have transformed how the world travels, trades, connects, including obviously Priceline.com and Ubid.com, plus multiple billion-dollar ventures across technology, media, and manufacturing. So Jeff is here to give us an exclusive FII masterclass. So the title of the masterclass is Scaling Innovation, Turning Ideas into Market-Leading Growth. The idea being that Jeff reveals the playbook behind building these multinational brands. So please join me in welcoming Jeff Hoffman.
Thanks. Thank you. So we're just going to hit a few, obviously we can't do a master class in 30 minutes. You wanted it in 5 minutes, but he wanted the secret to the billion-dollar company in 5 minutes. We can't really do a master class in 30 minutes, so what we're going to do instead is I'm just going to hit 3 of the main points. There's a list of things that you have to do. Look who's coming in. This guy knows. So there is a list of things that you have to get right in order to build the multi-billion-dollar global company. 3 of our companies that were startups became multi-billion-dollar global companies. After that, the one that most of you know is Booking.com, which is now, Booking is now in 220 countries and territories, and it almost feels silly to say that. That company was a startup. Today it's worth $170 billion. And it was started by like every other startup that anybody else has ever started. So after going through building companies that scaled, for me, the task was to go backwards and reverse engineer and found out what worked. How are we able to scale 3 different startups to that level? So I'm just going to share 3 of the things that you have to get right in order to achieve that level. So the first one is brand. And so many people are so focused on marketing, but here's where they're missing the opportunity. Marketing is linear. I'll explain that in a second. Brand is exponential. Your brand, marketing is something that if you get, let's use the B2C example. If you're selling online and you drive 10,000 people to your website and 1,000 of them look at your products and 100 people buy something. Now you want to double your sales, so you double all those numbers. You double your marketing spend, you drive 20,000 people to your website, 2,000 shoppers, and you close 200 sales. That's linear. It's no different in the B2B world. If I'm trying to sell my product to people that own hotels, I need a sales team, I need airline tickets, I need presentations, I need appointments. I fly around and I make my pitch to hotels to try to get them to sign up. If I want to double my sales, I need to get more salespeople. All that's linear. Brand is exponential, and here is why brand is the key. Spending time shaping a brand is the key to achieving that level of exponential growth. So people used to talk about the hockey stick of growth, right? When all of a sudden your company is growing organically, slowly, linearly, and then suddenly a company takes off and hits this huge growth. And I will tell you that happens when your sales go from being outbound, which means you are spending money to deliver a sales pitch, whether it's a Facebook ad or a meeting. You are spending money to deliver a message to customers. That's outbound sales. But for us, I can literally tell you the kind of the day it happened, because we were sitting in our office and the phone rings and I answer it, and well, our receptionist said it's a potential customer. So I take the call, and this guy said, I own a bunch of hotels, and he said, where do I pay? And I said, who's your salesperson? I was in a room with my salespeople, and I hit mute, and I said, whose customer is this? And all my salespeople said, we don't know this person. So I asked the customer, who is your salesperson? He said, nobody. I said, wait, nobody on my sales team has ever talked to you, but you just want to give us your money. And he said, yes, your product is what I need. Where do I pay? When our sales started coming inbound, that's when your company scales, right? So how do you get your sales to become inbound so you're not selling anymore? People are reaching out to you. We would go home and we'd wake up in the morning and we'd have more money and more customers. We put something online that said sign up and pay right here because we weren't having to spend marketing dollars anymore because we spent some time on the brand. So here is the key to brand that I learned that I want to share with you guys. The best brands in the world are the answer to a question that a customer is sitting in their chair asking right now. So I'm going to give you a homework assignment here, which is you need to figure out what question, I'm going to give you an example. What question is your company the answer to? Somewhere, sitting in a chair, somebody is asking a question that you need to answer. I learned this from a guy named Fred Smith. This is his company. This is Fred's original ad. That's why it's kind of dirty. I saved this. So Fred said that somewhere sitting in an office, there's a business person holding a document saying, how can I absolutely positively make sure this contract is delivered overnight? So you know what the ad campaign of FedEx was? That. FedEx said when Federal Express launched, his ad campaign, his brand was when it absolutely, positively has to be there overnight. And so instead of him spending marketing money, the two of you are sitting in your office, and he says, this has to absolutely, positively be delivered tomorrow. And she says, wait a minute, that's FedEx, you should call them. That's when your company takes off, when you are the answer to a question in the marketplace that everybody's asking. You need to figure out what the question is, and then you need to make sure that your brand is literally the answer to that question. We had two, by the way. When we started Priceline before Booking.com, we were auctioning off empty hotel rooms. That was the business model. So we had two questions. Someone that runs a hotel is sitting in his office saying, how do I get rid of these empty hotel rooms? Our marketing campaign didn't sell them. So you know what our brand message was? Wish you could get rid of your empty hotel rooms? People would say, oh, I was just asking that question. And they started calling us. On the consumer side, they were $240 hotel room that was empty, right? And the hotel is trying to get rid of it, and you only have $70. So what you were saying is, how can I get a $230 hotel room for $70? And the answer is, we'll sell you the empty ones. So our brand message was, we're the ones that get you a $200 hotel room for $70. Craft a brand around a question that a customer is asking out there. Part of doing that is creating something called your brand asset. Those are just my words. So the brand asset, and this is another homework assignment for anybody in here that runs a business. The brand asset is the answer to this question. If you could give me only one reason I should buy your product or do business with you, what's that one reason? And let me explain why. Companies, business, I'm going to give you an example. Businesses and humans have this bad habit of trying to talk you into buying their product by telling you all the great things about it. And I'll show you an example. It's easy to use, and it's fast, and it's this, and it's that. That's human intuition. But millions of dollars of studies have revealed that in the end, people buy a product. There was one real reason they bought the product. You're telling them 7 things, and there's one real reason they bought the product. So if I asked you, give me only one reason I should buy your product, what is the one reason you would give me? By the way, I can give you examples from back home. Walmart has never run an ad right? I learned this from the founder of Walmart, Sam Walton. He said, Jeff, have you ever seen a Walmart ad that says you'll love the quality of our products? No, they don't talk about quality. He said, have you ever seen an ad that said we have great customer service? No, because they don't have great customer service. They have one thing and only one thing, low prices. That's all they promise you there, and that's the reason people go there. So they don't try to tell you 10 reasons to go to Walmart. They tell you one. If you want light bulbs and you want to get them for the lowest price, come here. And they will admit our customer service isn't that good. Our products aren't high quality. You won't love shopping here, but you get the best price. This store in the US is the opposite. This store laughs if you were to walk in and say, do you have a sale? They don't do sales. That picture in the lower right, I was buying a sweater for my sister, and I was walking through women's clothing, and there was some man playing the piano in the women's department. And I stopped, and I said, can I ask you a question? And he said, what? And I said, who pays you to play the piano in the middle of the clothing department? And he pointed at the thing I was carrying, and he said, the sweater you are buying is paying me to play the piano. And then I looked at the price of the sweater, and I said, man, I'm not trying to buy the store. And he said, you walked into Nordstrom. You knew that you were going to spend too much money on the sweater, but you came here because there's a guy playing piano and somebody serving tea. The best brands know the real reason you came into their store. It's one real reason. That brand asset, that reason, needs to be three things, okay? It needs to be the single most distinguishing thing about your business. What is the one thing that most separates you from your competitors? Secondly, it needs to be something people can remember so that when the two of you are sitting outside and saying, how do I absolutely positively deliver this package overnight? Someone says, wait, I know those words, that's FedEx. So they repeat them. And then it has to be powerful. It has to be something that people care about, the thing that they really care about. So when you come up with the one real reason, the brand asset, to buy your product, make sure it's those three things. I'm going to give you an example just to make this really clear because this is so important. So a man that owned a manufacturing company called me one day. And one of his best-selling products were that's a mount for a television. You mount your big TV on your wall in your flat, your home, whatever. That's his product. He was selling them on the internet, and they were selling slowly, direct to consumer. And in the US, there were 2 stores he was trying to get into. He tried to get into Walmart, and they said no. Walmart says, we have 8 or 10 of these already. We don't need yours. But he got into a store in the US, Walmart's competitor called Target. And he said, wow, now my sales are going to go way up because I'm in a big retail store. But they didn't. So he called me. And I said, let me see your marketing. So this was his message on his website. It said, our television mounts are easy to assemble. They're lightweight. They fold up when you're not using them. They're competitively priced, and they're made out of the same steel they make airplanes out of. So he's trying to give you all the reasons to buy the product, right? So then I went into the store, and the mount was hanging in a package in the store. And on the package, it said, this TV mount is easy to assemble, it's lightweight, it folds up, it's competitively priced, and it's made out of aircraft steel, right? And I said, okay, let's find out what your brand asset is. Why are people really buying this? So we stayed in the store for hours, and I pretended I was shopping. And every time someone would look at all the TV mounts, and they would pick that one, I would stop and say, excuse me, I'm trying to find a mount for my television too. And I would say, why did you buy that one? And even though the package says easy to assemble, lightweight, foldable, competitively priced, and made of aircraft steel, 10 out of 10 people, and I'm sorry, I'm going to quote this, 10 out of 10 people said to me, I don't know what the heck aircraft steel is, but I'm buying that. Every single person said, and I said to them, when we did a survey, you said price was the most important part of our product. And they said, well, yeah, and you didn't buy the cheapest one. They said, this TV is the most expensive thing in my flat, and I don't want it to fall off the wall. If this is the metal they make airplanes out of, I'm buying that. So you know what we did? We changed the package and we changed the marketing. We put in giant letters on the package, the only television mount made out of aircraft steel, and we sold the heck out of them. They started selling like crazy. The funny ending to this story was one day Walmart called, and he called me excitedly, the business owner, said, can you get on this Zoom call? So I jumped on the Zoom with Walmart, and it was their buyer. And I said, I thought you rejected us. And he said, we did. And he said, but customers keep walking into our store and saying, hey, do you have that thing that's made out of aircraft steel? You sell by picking the single most important reason that people do business with you, and that's the horse that you bet on in the race. By the way, I'll just tell you quickly how to find that out. The way that you find that out is another homework assignment for you. Send an email, a text message, anything, a phone call to 10 people that already do business with you, that bought their product, your product, that bought your service. If you're a coach, a consultant, somebody that hired you, a financial planner, ask 10 people. Say this, say, just tell me the real reason. Why did you really pick me? And tell them to give you only one reason. You know what happens every time I do that? 8 out of 10 people will tell you the same thing. I mean, in this case, 10 out of 10 said aircraft steel. And the other thing is 9 out of 10 times when I look at your marketing, that wasn't even the thing you were marketing. So find out what your brand asset is. Ask people why they're really doing business with you, the one most important reason, and drive that home. I want to share another point here about marketing messaging. So we talked about building and shaping the brand around the brand asset and being the answer to a question in the marketplace. You see what these are doing is really defining a message of your brand so that people you haven't spent any money marketing hear about you when they're out in the world and start buying your product without you spending any money on them. So I wanted to address this too, because this is really important. Most people feel like it's a numbers game. Remember what I said earlier? If I spend money to get internet traffic, let's say I'm selling a product online, and I spend enough money to drive 10,000 people to my website and 100 of them buy, right? And so if I want to get more people, I spend more money. What people tend to do is broadcast, meaning when I ask people that own a business, when I say, who will use your product, you know what they tell me? They say everybody. And I tell them, you don't have the marketing budget for everybody. Everybody is not going to use your product, especially during the growth period. So instead of broadcasting message, when I studied all the companies that went from small to billion-dollar companies, they did narrowcasting. And let me explain what that means. It means that in the growth days, you need less total customers and you need a higher customer score. So if you sell 1,000 products and your average customer satisfaction score is 5.5 out of 10, you're not going to scale. If you sell 100 products and everybody gives you a 9.9, you're going to scale. So don't focus on the total number of sales in the growth days. Focus on the quality of the sales. People buy from social media and reviews. Now, by the way, that includes business to business. People always say, well, Jeff, I'm not selling travel to consumers. When I'm picking a bank, if I'm a CEO of a company, I'm asking the other CEOs, why did you choose that bank? It doesn't matter if it's B2B or B2C. We still use references and our social network to make buying decisions. So you need less customers, but you need to get really happy customers. That's how you achieve growth. So I put this picture up because it's interesting that in sports, everybody knows what fans are. Fans are crazy people that dress up like that when they go to the game. But what people don't realize is businesses have those too. The businesses that achieved the biggest growth were the ones that recognized that they needed to go find those people in the growth days. Find the fans, the people that absolutely love you the most. In fact, I will tell you, it's not a company. It's one of the nonprofits I'm part of. It's Unreasonable, the Unreasonable Group. Our logo for this company is a light bulb with wings. It's an idea that is taking flight. There are 34 people in the world that have a permanent tattoo of our logo on their body. We asked 0 of those people to do that. When we asked people, why do you have our logo tattooed? They said, because you're the coolest company ever. You have to find those people. So this is another term of mine, a second slide customer, but let me explain what that means. One day, my salesperson, this was a B2B sale. My salesperson was going out to visit customers and make sales calls. And his sales pitch was a PowerPoint. It was 20 slides, PowerPoint, to try to sell companies to do business with us. So I said, I'm going to go with you. I won't speak. I won't tell them I'm the CEO. I'll just sit quietly in the room. The first customer, my salesperson gave his sales pitch. He went through all 20 slides. The customer paid attention, he took notes, and he asked questions, and he nodded like this. At the end, the customer said, it's really interesting. I'll call you guys. And so we went in the car. My salesperson said to me, he said, Mr. Hoffman, that was a good sales call. He said the customer paid attention to all 20 slides, he took notes, and he said he's going to call us. I didn't say anything. Then we drove to the next meeting. And this woman, we started the same process, 20-slide presentation to convince her to buy from us. On the second slide, which is why I use that term, on the second slide out of 20, the customer said, where have you been all my life? I'll take it. How do I pay? And my salesperson said, well, I still have 18 more. I said, dude, go wait in the car. Stop talking. She said, yes, on slide 2. So we got in the car, and I said to him, you have a new job description. And he said, what? And I said, your job is to find all these second slide customers in the world. And you know what my salesperson said? What all salespeople said. He said, give me a couple more weeks with the 20-slide guy. And I said, in a couple more weeks, you could close 10 second slide customers instead of arguing with and trying to convince one 20-slide customer. And then I realized something. Do you know what class they send salespeople to? Salespeople go to a class called Overcoming No, right? Overcoming Objections. My question is this: why don't they have a class called Finding Yes instead of Overcoming No? So we created a way in our business to find yes. My salespeople don't try to convince you and talk you out of no. My salespeople try to find yes. And let me explain how do we do this. We build, this is another homework assignment if you want to do this. It's interesting. I'm smiling when I say that because I have this wall at home where I write down the lessons that I've learned. And one of the things that I wrote down one day was, everybody wants to be successful just till they find out what it takes, right? Because when I show people all this work we did, people go back and they say, that's a lot of work. And I say, well, you asked me the question, right? How do you design a company? Like I said, Booking is now worth $170 billion. People say, how did you guys design a company that became a $170 billion company? And the answer is, we did all this extra work that no one ever wants to do. So that's why I smile when I say that. Winning is hard. Winning takes a lot more work than everybody else. So I am asking you to do these things, but that's why. So let me tell you what we did and what you could do. I called this is something you can do when you get back. I called all my salespeople, and it could be you, whoever has done sales, and asked this question. Write down names of people. Who are the easiest sales we've ever made? Who are the second slide sales to my definition? somebody that you started selling and they said, no, I get it, I want it, let's go. The easiest sales you ever made, and write down their names. Then I asked my customer service and account managers, I asked them this question: which customers love us, right? And I don't mean this literally, but if someone was going to get a tattoo of our logo, what customers of ours would get a tattoo? And not literally, I just bring that up because 34 of our customers have tattoos. So I wrote down those names. And then what we did was we make 100, this is a profiling exercise. We make 100-point score sheet of what is similar about the customers that were easy to sell and that love us. Remember, our goal for sales, the key to scale is something called sales velocity. Sales velocity is the rate at which you close new sales. When we started closing so many sales every day and every week, and they were coming in inbound, that's when our company hit scale, right? When our sales velocity went up. Sales velocity goes up when you stop trying to convince people that aren't sure they want to buy your product. Sales velocity goes up when you go directly to the person that you already know is going to buy your product. Why are we in business in 220 countries? Because we figured out a profile and we knew who to talk to. We're not broadcasting to everybody. We're narrowcasting to Ana Maria because she fits our profile. So what does the 100-point profile look like? You start to ask customers questions about, and you're trying to find out what's similar about the customers that love your business. So I'm going to give you some real examples. One of the things that we discovered was that people that have been at their job 1 or 2 years that are new, they never say yes to a new vendor, right? Because they're too new and they don't take risks. So why am I wasting my time trying to sell them? They're never going to say yes. People that had been at people that had been at their company more than 20 years didn't care anymore. So they weren't going to take a risk. But what we found was the customers that loved us, that bought our product fast, all seemed to be in their job around 5 or 6 years. And when we started asking them, they started saying, I've been here 5 years and I need to make a name for myself so management knows who I am. So I'm ready to try something new in the company so that I can get a name for myself. So when we're profiling customers, I have a sales call with you on Tuesday. And I call you and I say, hey, I know I'm going to see you Tuesday, but I just, out of respect for your time Tuesday, I thought I'd spend a minute just to get to know you. And I'm pretending I'm just getting to know you. But I'm saying, so how long have you worked there? And if he says 1 year, I write down minus 20 points, right? Because he's not going to buy my product. If he says this is year 5, I write down plus 10. And so we ask a series of questions. We build a 100-point profile. One question is, what's your budget authority? If somebody says, I can't buy products, I have to get management approval, that's minus 10. If somebody says, I could buy your product without my boss's approval, that's plus 20. Do you see where this is going? When we were done, our team is so good that one day I was in the conference room with 3 of my salespeople, and our front receptionist said, there's a woman that just walked in the front door that wants to buy the product. I said, send her in. So she came into our conference room, and we'd never met her before. And she said, I heard about your product, that's our brand, and I'm interested in buying it. And so I said, okay, well, let me get to know you a little bit. So I started asking her questions that sound like a conversation, but it's the 100-point score sheet, right? And all of a sudden, one of my salespeople stands up and he says, 41, and he said, I'm going to lunch, and he walks out. And the customer said, what was that? And I said, don't worry about him. And a few minutes later, one of my other salespeople, she says, Jeff, 38 maximum. I have things to do. And she leaves. My salespeople can talk to you for a few minutes and give you a score out of 100 of how likely you are to buy the product. We don't talk to anybody that's not an 80 or a 90. Okay? So we close sales fast, we achieve sales velocity, and we hit scale because we're delivering our brand message, which is sending people to us, right? And then we're telling them about the one thing that's really going to make them buy, the brand asset, and we're only spending our time talking to the people that we've already identified are probably going to buy our product. That makes sense to everybody? Those are three of the things that enabled us to go from a small startup to a multi-billion-dollar company and get there fast and get there at low cost. I think I'm going to do one more really fast. I brought, by the way, I've only ever written one book. It's called Scale. And it's the 7 things you have to do to achieve this unicorn multi-billion-dollar status. I gave you 3 of them just now. I'll give you one more that's out of the 7, and then we'll stop because we're almost out of time here. I just want to share one thing with you. I was spending the day, I'll make this fast, with a gentleman who was in the retail business, whose retail stores were predicted they wouldn't work by all the experts, and they were doing really well. And so I was spending the day with him, and I asked this gentleman, all the experts said that your idea would not work, but you did it anyway and it's working. And I said, how did you know it would work? And he said, because I didn't ask the experts, I asked the farmers. And we were sitting down to lunch. I said, tell me. He said, Jeff, these are my employees. They have MBAs and they have degrees in supply chain logistics. I said, that doesn't sound like a problem. That sounds good. He said, the problem is these are my customers, right? They're in a small town outside of the city, and most of them live on a farm. I said, so what did you do? He said, I bought farmer's boots, farmer's clothes, and a farmer's hat. And he told me that these people can't, your employees, if they're not your customer, why is it you think these people who don't live where your customer live, they don't shop where they shop, they don't eat the same foods, they don't have the same life as your customer, how do you think your employees are going to design a product for them? So you know what he told me? He said every other Friday, I would change clothes. I would put on my farmer's clothes. I would sneak out of the office, and I would drive across town, and I would sit in the cafe with farmers and buy them coffee all day. He said, that's how I designed my business. What's interesting about that is that gentleman was named Sam Walton, and his company was Walmart. And what the expert said that you can't build large, big box retail stores in small town America because farmers will never go there. And the lesson learned was he let the farmers design it. So I'm going to end with this, that's telling you that every other Friday, I leave my office, I'm not a CEO, I change my clothes, and I go spend the whole day wherever the customers are, on a farm, in a school, wherever they are, and I never tell them I'm a CEO. And I never tell them I have a company. I go spend a day, just like he did, buying them coffee and asking them questions about their life so that I really understand who is my customer, how do they live, and how do I talk to them. I will challenge you to spend scheduled time to leave your office, change your clothes, and go spend a day with your customers out in the world without telling them that you own a company. That is how we got our product market fit to work. That last picture is just on there because I make cardboard cutouts of my customer and I put them all over my office. So every single day when you're in the office, you always see the customer and you never forget that we are not our own customer. That's the customer, and they're the only reason our company exists. Thank you guys so much for giving me a little bit of time today.
Thank you, Jeff. Fantastic. Thanks so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the next session is on hyperscalers, if you want to stick around. I think I'll invite both my guests, so both here, come sit down. They're just going to sort the chair out. Hey, man. Hey, man. Hey, Gene. Hey, good to see you. Do you want me here? Well, great. Morning, everyone. Welcome to, this is called a cap table talk. So it's meant to be a bit different to the normal kind of panels that you've probably seen over the past few days. It's meant to be a bit punchier, a bit quicker, and potentially with a little bit of interactivity with the audience. So just for some background, my name is Joseph Cass. I come from S&P Global. Today's focus is what hyperscaler CEOs need to persevere. So luckily, we have two of the brightest minds from the space with me here today. So I'll ask our guests for a quick introduction each. And also, if you could also tell me kind of the first word that comes to mind when you think about what defines perseverance at hyperscale. So Gene, I'll start with you.
Yeah, sure. So Gene Berdichevsky, co-founder, CEO of Sila, and we make next generation battery chemistry for lithium ion. Applies across electric vehicles, consumer electronics, drones, satellites, robotics, sort of anywhere where there's a battery, we can increase the performance, energy density, power, recharge capability. First words that comes when you say perseverance, I think iteration. For us, we cracked the code on a very difficult scientific problem, took over a decade, and 100,000 iterations of technology synthesis in our labs, in our research. So, yeah.
Cool. Matt?
Matt Fitzpatrick, I'm the CEO of Invisible Technologies. We're an AI platform company, basically take data, unstructured and structured data, bring it together, build custom software workflows, and then train and fine-tune AI models on the back of that. And before that, I spent 12 years as a senior partner at McKinsey, where I led Quantum Black Labs, their global tech development group. And I think the word that comes to mind for me is people, which I'll talk a bit about. I think that's actually the hardest challenge as you scale.
Cool. And just audience, hands up if you work in or with a hyperscaler business right now. Okay, so not too many, a couple. And who's just interested? Who's like an interested participant? Great. So, Gene and Matt, you've both really hit an inflection point in your businesses in the past kind of year or so. In what areas do you think perseverance is going to be most important? Matt, maybe we'll start with you on the kind of people front.
Yeah, so I think if you think about the cycle of a business, it kind of starts with mirrors the capital cycle. So it starts with venture capital, you're kind of hoping it becomes something, then you move into scaling and growth, and then you kind of hit this harvest period where a lot of your good people leave after it's gotten to some degree of scale. So I think actually the hardest thing about that scaling period is, it is a people challenge. How do you attract the best talent, put them in place to succeed, do it in cases where you may not be able to monitor all of them at every given moment. In the early days, you can kind of micromanage your way to some degree of success. But as you're scaling, and particularly you're entering new countries, and we've got 9 offices now, you can't monitor everything. So it actually becomes much more around the people, processes, and technologies that you put in place to actually give people chances to succeed, and then finding the best people to recruit to operate in that framework.
And Gene, what's your take on that?
Yeah, look, I think as you kind of start to hit these inflection points, you have to be prepared for the next kind of wave, right? Anything that goes up is going to come down, and so you have to kind of hold a steadier rudder than what the market's going to do, and that means being really rigorous about kind of your return on investment, even when things are frothy and hot, and being kind of very patient, because again, at least in my world in battery technology and energy technologies. Things get hot for 3-4 years. Things get cold for 3-4 years, and if you don't plan accordingly, you're going to just die in the down cycle. So if you really kind of as you start to harvest some of those rewards from a decade plus of perseverance, you have to put some of it in the piggy bank for when things aren't going to go right. And I think you have to kind of keep a level head on your shoulder. And by contrast, when things aren't going great in the market, you have to keep investing in the right things, because if you just kind of stop investing in the future, in the innovation, in the upstream piece, and try to sort of take all the profits, some other startup, someone else is going to come along and kind of take the next cycle away from you.
Yeah. And Gene, you just turned on Moses Lake.
Yep.
So first of all, can you tell us a bit more about that? But also, interested to know what kind of systems, processes you use to keep the quality high while kind of racing to this mass production.
Yeah, I mean, so we just opened up a several $100 million factory to produce this chemistry that we first invented at the gram scale. This factory is a 1,000,000x scale up from what we had, the scale at which we invented in the lab. And it was a several year construction project. It's first of a kind production technology, so there's not a lot of expertise to draw on in the world. Incredibly difficult challenge. I think the Elon famously talks about kind of manufacturing hell, right? And we're still in that ramp up period where we just turned on the plant last month. We're not quite at commercial shipments. We're right in that. And that there, it's kind of, again, my view is it's all about holding the rudder steady. People get very nervous. There's a lot of pressure. We have engineers having to work night shifts 7 days a week. We folks that were design engineers are getting flown up to this factory and getting put on night shift on a Sunday, and you're dealing with a huge amount of dangerous chemicals. So the leadership you need in a situation like that are folks that sort of see the objective, stay focused on the objective. When problems come up, they don't panic. They work through them. It's hopefully once in a lifetime experience, but every factory is kind of like that. So hopefully more than once.
I think it was Churchill who said, if you're going through hell, keep going.
If
you're going through manufacturing hell, keep
going. Keep going. Because the other thing is kind of as you get to the other side, well, good luck to whoever wants to follow that, right? It's much easier to sort of then invest and double down on a thing that's working.
Yeah, absolutely. Matt, so after stepping in as CEO, leading $100 million round, what was useful to you turning this kind of AI ambition into real, tangible enterprise results?
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about running an earlier stage company now is, so one interesting thing, there's been a lot of discussion about AI, obviously, in every single session we have here, but I think most traditional businesses are really struggling to adapt to AI for a whole host of reasons. 70% of the software in the world is over 20 years old. You have most established Fortune 1000 companies have this layers of sediment of old school software that they have to work through. And so it's actually pretty hard to build processes in a way that you can scale them. I actually think this is one of the big challenges. If you run a global supply chain business, for example, right now, the ability to just track a good across different geographies and systems is a total mess. We have the luxury of, we don't have that. We are a relatively young company. Most of our architecture is fresh, new, modern, microservices based. And so we can actually build a lot of our processes using a lot of the new tech. And so, an interesting contrast that I've seen recently is that if you take the most recent Y Combinator class, it's the largest amount of revenue ever at its cohort level using all the Gen AI tooling. And then on the flip side, you take the enterprise. I mean, there was a recent MIT report on this. 5% of models have made it to production in the enterprise over the last 2 to 3 years. So you have this incredible dichotomy between earlier stage companies taking extreme advantage of all the new coding tools, all the new process tech, and then kind of traditional businesses really struggling to adopt it. And so in our vein, the simple framework I think about is I want us to build a digital assembly line where anyone, anywhere in the world working on one of our tools, one of our processes with our platforms can quickly step in and use it and not have to worry about legacy technology or any of that. So I think that's a lot of the technology investment we're making is a coherent set of modern platforms that we can scale globally.
Yeah, cool. Another one for the audience. Okay, audience, put your hand up if you've ever disagreed with anyone on your leadership team or your board on a major decision. Okay, now, keep your hand up if you told them that you disagreed. Okay, so pretty good substantial participation. So, I mean, Matt, you mentioned this. Some of the hardest problems in the hyperscale world seem to be around the human side, so hiring, board pressure, and also, I guess, you guys can probably talk to this, but keeping kind of a personal positive momentum going through these kind of challenging times. So has there been a time, I'll start with you, Matt, has there been a time when you disagreed with your board or kind of your leadership team, and how have you kind of resolved that?
I'm going to flip the question slightly to say also when people disagree with me and how much I want to hear about that. Because I actually think that's one of the latency of understanding where problems are, I think is one of the biggest challenges if you want to scale effectively. And I definitely noticed when I first came in, I came from a very non-hierarchical culture in my prior job where people would tell me all the time they disagreed with me. And I realized that with the CEO title, people are way more hesitant to do that. And there was a particular situation where I had an area of the business where there was a leader in place that I would say every one of the people that worked directly with this leader was very unhappy with their leadership. And that people thought that person was kind of being shielded by me. And so nobody told me this for months. And it festered and that group became, and so I actually ended up making a leadership change at that role. And I kind of said to everyone, why did nobody voice this? And so I've actually put in place, I rolled out a company value memo that was one of the main topics was direct feedback is something I want us to build as a core culture area. I do think that is one of the hardest things is making sure that you hear truth, not what people want you to hear. So I spend a lot of time in a lot of the meetings I operate in, I actually try and listen and speak less, because the more I talk, if I talk, people just agree with me, which is not helpful for anyone. So I try and listen a lot more. I think that's been one of the big focus areas. And I do think that is, the bigger you get, the harder it is to get truth. And I think a lot of the time what you end up is these silos. I'm actually curious if you agree with this. I think the traditional P&L structures of most broad businesses were set up in an era where you had factories and you needed a person to run like each factory. But like if you think about a global business, it shouldn't work that way. Like you have tech teams that have to work with service teams, operation teams, account teams. You actually need a lot of cross-functional collaboration. And it's kind of a disaster if you have these silos that are run as fiefdoms. And so a lot of what we've tried to set up, I've looked a lot at how NVIDIA runs, where it's an extremely flat organization, real latency of information, where like a lot of the account teams send direct emails out that I read every day on what's going on, because I don't want to create something where narratives are created in fiefdoms. I think that's to the end of any company on a 10-year basis.
Are you kind of considering that Jensen setup? Where
That
you
is
have like,
we've fully done that. So I broke down every P&L structure in the entire business in my first 6 months. So we run a completely flat organizational structure with almost no direct reporting lines at all.
do you do the same kind of Jensen structure where he doesn't have kind of update meetings?
I have no one-on-ones with anyone in the company. I only join meetings that have people at the working ranks kind of telling me direct things. So like, for example, in one of our sector units, it's probably our biggest part of the business, I only join a meeting with everyone who's an account lead. I don't join anything with like, there was like a hierarchy there. I kind of eliminated the whole hierarchy and just joined a meeting with account leads, and they now run the accounts. So everything is about like the latency of information. So Jensen has a thing where he actually has everyone email the entire company with updates on important things. We've done the same thing. So I think latency of information, allowing people to have space to disagree with you. In fact, I just got, when you were talking in the room and I was responding on that email, that was because somebody had disagreed with a feedback I had given on something, and I was actually responding to it in a long email.
Last question, Gene, and I'll come to you on this
that's
topic.
great.
I mean, in terms of that structure,
Yeah.
have you seen like a before and after? Because I'm sure, I mean, lots of people have actually specifically asked me about this topic in terms of having these 50 direct reports.
I have 75
you seen like a
right
before
now,
and after? Yeah.
I have 75 direct reports right now, which is really interesting. The biggest change that I've seen in the positive has been, look, there's a little bit more chaos for sure, and you get a lot of these people being like, who is the decider here? Like, I'm not in charge of these people. So, and so what it started to do, which I think we're only a couple months into it, but I do believe it's working, is you have more self-forming teams that start to work together. So I saw there was a meeting of 10 people in our New York office, all cross-functional. They had self-assembled while I was here. I didn't ask them to meet. They all just decided to come together and solve a problem. And so I think it creates a lot more ownership in the team if they know that the goal is to solve customer problems and work together, and it's not like this person's in charge of everything. We do have some hierarchies, like our engineering teams work in like clear sprint teams, as an example. So like if you have an engineering build you're doing, that's run in that way. But the biggest challenge is if you are a cross-functional organization. If you have a sales team, a service team, an account team, and a technology team that have to work together, you can't do that with a P&L structure. It totally breaks. And so everything is set up to say, self-form, work together, clear collaboration, and then escalate, decision-making issues, which I'll often weigh in directly on. I literally have somebody who just joined as an account lead emailing me a question the whole company will see, and I'll respond to it.
Cool. So Gene, when you're going through manufacturing hell, there must be kind of disagreements in terms of, I mean, it could be disagreements with the board on your side, or it could be, as kind of Matt said, like understanding truth from your team. I mean, what's your experience been in this?
Yeah, so I mean, I couldn't agree more. Like, as a CEO, you're the last to know the truth, right? And you have to like actively go break that. And I think one mechanism I really like doing is going through the room and thinking about, okay, kind of most junior to most senior person, what do you think we should do, right? And I think that gets people kind of to unlock their mindset of, oh, I should shut up and be quiet. And if you want to genuinely know authentically, then people will speak up, and then they learn that behavior. So I think that there's a lot of truth in that. We have the same. Our biggest shareholder was the first check into NVIDIA, Sutter Hill, along with Sequoia. So I got a chance to get to know Jensen a little bit over the last 10 years. And I asked him about the direct reports thing, like maybe it was 5 years ago or something, and his advice was, look, you got to build the race car that works for you. Like, it doesn't, like, there is no right answer. And what he built works for him. I don't, I went home, I thought a lot about it. I did try some of those things. I tried no one-on-ones. I ended up, with a few, but kind of with people that I don't normally interact with on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
So I think you got to just kind of, as a, and I have the privilege of being, founder, CEO, 14 years, like I have sort of all this moral authority, which again comes with the curse of like, no one's going to tell you the truth. If you say like what you think first, no one's going to disagree with you. So you do need to seek that out, and you need to build a structure that works for you. Disagreements with the board are a little different. So I think one of my favorite sayings a mentor told me is, look, if you regularly disagree with your board, you might get fired. But if you never disagree with your board, you'll definitely get fired. And so I think that just speaks to like, as a CEO, you have to have conviction in what you're doing, and and frankly, like, you just have to. You have to put your board to work for you. You have to ask them to do stuff. You should seek their input, but not their. Like you have to have a crisp view. Otherwise, you're definitely going to screw it up. And for us, like probably the hardest thing was we started this factory development in the kind of in peak ZERP time, when it was like, okay, how fast can you go, and spend whatever you need to spend to go faster, faster, faster. And then we had to like fundraise to finish it last year in like kind of a doldrums for our ecosystem. But it was still the right thing. You just sort of like, there's no answer. Once you start building a factory in particular, the only way out is through. Because if you slow down, it's actually going to cost you more, because like all of your costs are over time. And that's why when you watch like how Elon builds stuff, it's speed, it's not cost. But the reason it's speed is because speed is actually cheaper. So if you can compress your time, you can actually do things, even though the absolute dollar amount may look a little higher when you actually take into consideration any kind of ROI, the advantage of being there a year early. And in some cases, you actually just save a ton of money, especially in construction. So you have to have conviction, you have to be seeking truth from your team, ignoring your board to an extent, and just going as fast as possible.
Yeah. When you finally finished this enormous factory, was it kind of like a sense of relief, or was it kind of like instantly, okay, now the work starts?
No, because we're just turning it on. So now what if it doesn't work? Like one of my board members is Jeff Immelt, and he's like, yeah, we've built some factories in my days, $1 billion, and it just didn't turn on. And you're just like horrified, right? So you like, you think back to the 3 years of planning and design and development, and you're like, are those engineers still here, and are they like seeing their work through where they committed from the beginning?
Yeah.
And at some level, at this point, we're planning on the next expansion, which will be like $1 billion expansion. That will be a first of a kind, and these things just. And if we pull that off, that will supply, all of 1.5% of the global market of what we make, right? I mean, the scale of the energy technology is so nuts that. So there's no relief. I asked another hyperscaler CEO, like, who's profitable now, and I was like, what does it feel like to get to the other side? And his response was like, what other side? Sort of, there's never any relief. So.
I'm sure that's a very comforting thought, just as it's comforting with Jeff Immelt tells you that he's been.
I mean, it is very comforting actually, because you kind of go, I'm not crazy, and like this is you just one foot in front of the other.
Yeah, absolutely. A question for both of you now. Matt, I'll start with you on this. Mm-hmm. Have you got like a weekly or maybe monthly ritual that ensures that your business remains consistent and aligned to really like your North Star?
Yeah, I think a lot of that has been, I talked a lot about setting autonomy for people to operate, but I think a lot of that comes down to data. So I think a lot of the time when you don't have consistency in what you're doing, you're not really clear on like what metrics or KPI. We use OKRs as our example. So we are very clear on like delivery timelines being a key metric. We have 5 or 6 operational metrics we run the company around, and then we have an enormous amount of data we collect across everything we do. I mean, I was actually thinking in the factory context, the kind of holy grail of AI is like the AI factory. Everyone talks about it all the time, and like most big enterprises try and do it and then fail because they actually get like very few of the models go into production, or the models don't work, they have all those performance issues. There are a lot of ways to guardrail that, and a lot of that relates to the signal around data quality that you get feeding into the models, testing, validation. Before you ever launch it, you make sure that it's all in place. And so I think we're relentless about testing and tracking everything. Almost every piece of information that sits anywhere in the company, we like every piece of marketing, we move up into kind of knowledge management system example. So my view is, as a Gen AI native company, everything we do, we want to track. And so that's, I think, a lot of the infrastructure we put around it.
Yeah. And Gene, similar question for you, kind of how do you keep aligned to that North Star in your business?
I mean, our world moves a little slower than AI. Energy is, fundamental to the human to civilization. Energy storage is, the single commodity in the world that's the hardest by far to store and move around. So, for us, it's kind of a more annual strategy cycle. We spend a couple days in a room, like really hashing through some ideas. But ultimately, there's a feeling that I've had of what I've wanted to do for, going on 15 years with my co-founders. We work on this breakthrough science, and a lot of it is just, day in, day out. Like one of the things I do, the race car for me is I get into the technical weeds of all of our early stage development. I go sit with the engineers. Like I'm an engineer by training, I'm a material scientist by training. I love it. And when I see these like breakthroughs, my brain can very quickly connect this little insight that they gleaned in an experiment in the lab to like, this is, it's another $1 billion of opportunity that we just will, like, in 3 years, this will mature. And if I'm having those moments where I just get super pumped up from the technical insights, then I know that we're sort of bringing that, we're continuing to create that scientific, those scientific breakthroughs that will scale over time. And I think, like, if you're not having that, if you're not having something that visceral, you start to kind of have a malaise of like one foot in front of the other. So I think even just, you can feel it if you kind of have I've done this for 20 some years across both this company and Tesla before. So, but formally, kind of annual strategy cycles, things like that.
One thought I had, actually, in particular, listening to some of what you're saying, is I think that in any business there's a balance of strategy and agility, and the importance of strategy matters depending on the capital cycles that you participate in. Meaning, if you're going to build a factory, if you're going to build a real estate development, anything like that, it might take 5 years. You've got to make a decision up front, and you have to be really sure the decision you make is right. In our case, every 2 to 3 months, the entire market changes. I mean, if anyone, a lot of our business, we train the large language models, right? So we work with all the model builders. Every 2 to 3 months, everything changes in that market. Like, there's a concept now called RL gyms, where you basically build like reinforced learning environments for agents to train and simulate real-world environments. That concept is about 6 months old. It probably got serious about 3 months old. It wasn't even in my last strategy discussion at the start of the year. So you can't really, our whole cycle becomes much more about building a very agile organization, getting lots and lots of signal from customers, and then iterating very, very quickly. And so I actually think, like, we use a lot of analogies to the military, in that I think it's the agility of the organization that matters a lot more in our success than any strategy cycle, because every 6 months the whole world changes. Where if we ever have to do, build out data centers, that'll be a very different cycle for us.
Yeah, but for us, it's sort of actually intuition matters a lot, because we get very few data signals from our customers a long time before it really matters. And so being able to say, 2 years from now, batteries for autonomous vehicles that can do 1 million miles and don't have to be replaced, is going to become the hot thing. I got to start some research now. And if you're wrong, if after a year you're like, we're going to like scrap that research and move over here, even though the knowledge exists, the momentum is gone. And so for us, it's very much sort of these long arc bets with very little data from customers, because the customer doesn't know that. They just think they want a faster horse, right?
Yeah.
In our world. So very, very different.
Very different feedback loops and timing.
Yeah.
So we've got about 3 minutes left. So last question I'll go, and again, this is for both of you. So lots of people listening here, lots of people watching online will want to know, kind of in this space, what's going to endure, essentially. So by kind of 2030, in around 4 or 5 years' time, what kind of discipline will separate an enduring builder from kind of a fast burner, let's say? Matt, we just start with you.
Yeah, so I think that there are some structural moats that are changing in the world, particularly in the AI world in particular. Like, I think that, for example, SaaS software has been a huge moat. Like, many private equity firms have levered up SaaS software businesses for 20 years on the theory that once you have an installed SaaS thing, it will endure. I actually think that whole concept is going to die over the next 5 years. I think I'm not the only one saying that, but the reality is that with the speed of engineering you can do now, you can build things in a much more custom way, you can bring data together much faster, and so I think there is a lot of changes in the way technology delivery will differentiate. It'll be much more around good customer service, hyper-personalization, building workflows. And so that paradigm, I don't think, is well understood by a lot of the market. I think you still have a lot of the venture capital dollars going into effectively SaaS tools. And so that is an interesting thing for us, is I think the goalposts of success in AI are not well understood by a lot of the market. And so we actually think some of that North Star for us around just being hyper-focused on customer outcomes and customer happiness is the real, if you do that well, you will last for 15 years. It's that when you get into that harvest stage and you're like, oh, you're going to stay using us because we've been your customer for 10 years, we've been your vendor for 10 years. I think that laziness is what will, I don't think you will be able to do that in technology 10 years from now. I think in AI, the rapid iteration cycles, vibe coding, whatever you want to call it, there'll just be lots more iteration in technology usage.
And Gene, any kind of final comments on kind of what could endure in this space?
I think two things that build enduring companies. One is you have to be willing to eat glass to go through hell like over and over. I think even just look at NVIDIA. I mean, there are a number of times that company almost died, for many times and was sort of out of loop. I think you have to believe in what you're doing, and you have to be willing to take glass as one. And I think the second thing that allows you to build enduring companies is speed. And there's no substitute for speed. On his desk at Tesla, I think Elon has like an SR-71 Blackbird. Basically, the idea is you fly so fast, no one can shoot you down. Like if you move faster than the competition, that is an enduring advantage. And you look at Jensen and like their building cycles, their speed of light building cycles. Like, okay, you might have a cooler chip, but like he's going to iterate twice before you ever get it to market. So you need speed and the willingness to kind of go through those rough moments. You need some capital along the way, but that capital will find you if you're resilient and you can move ahead of others on opportunities.
Matt?
One just follow-up thought. I think I started the conversation with people as being the most important thing. I think that's actually in the long term the moat as well. It's funny, I was talking to an investor recently who's saying he thought Tesla was undervalued. And I'm not making a commentary on valuations at all. And I said, why? And he said, well, for the last 5 years, it's been the #1 place that engineers want to work in America. And if you do that 10 years in a row, you're going to create a lot more value than anyone else, because with engineering productivity, you're going to just do a lot more and your return on capital will be much better. And so I do think it all does come down to people. I think in the next decade, the technology companies in all different areas of technology to succeed will be the ones that recruit the best people, full stop.
Well, and what gets you to recruit the best people, it's having the hardest problems to solve.
Totally true.
It's actually, you never want to work on a medium hard problem, you'll fail. You either work on something easy and make a shitload of money, or work on something so insanely hard that you're either going to build $1 trillion business or a zero, but do not work on anything in between.
I agree with that.
What a perfect note to end on. Matt, Gene, thanks so much for joining me today. Let's give it up for our guests.
Well, we'll let everybody who was in the previous session leave and welcome in our next lot for our next session. Wonderful. Okay. Great. Let's start letting in. Okay, so we will begin. Hello, everybody. I'm June Sarpong, and I am going to be chairing this discussion on equity over endorsements and how to back influence-driven ventures. I think we're going to shake things up a bit, gentlemen. I think our topic is even more fun, if I may add. So I am joined by 4 extraordinary men who are really shaking up the idea of what it means to ensure that high-profile talent is not just used as the face of, but also really invests and becomes part of a business's growth strategy. So a new generation of celebrity athlete investors is blurring the lines between cultural influence and venture capital. Their ability to drive the narrative, shape consumer behavior, and attract talent is making them pivotal players in brand building and startup growth. Equity for influence deals offers the potential for authentic engagement and exponential reach, but also to raise a complex question around governance, value attribution, and also what it means regarding success and how designing partnerships that convert cultural capital into sustainable enterprise growth is key in terms of creating transparent accountability. So joining me for this session, to my left, I have Juan Delgado, CEO of Football Co., a global media network monetizing fandom across football culture. Next to him, we have Mark Lottenberg, founder and CEO and chairman of Dorsia, which blends luxury media, hospitality, and data-driven consumer tech. Next to him, we have Isaiah Kasivensky.
Perfect.
Look at that. I'm proud of myself there. Who is a founding partner of Will Ventures, which is an athlete investor, bridging performance, purpose, and portfolio building company. And then next to him, we have Ibrahim Sagna, executive chairman of Silverbacks Holding, a cross-regional investor linking African, European, and MENA influence platforms. Welcome, gentlemen. Lovely to have you all here. What would be wonderful is to start with each of you, in a nutshell, for no more than 2 minutes, please, talking about your businesses, what they do, and what you're seeing in this particular landscape. So Juan, I'll start with you first.
Sure, we're the largest digital football publisher on earth. What that means is that we reach more people both on web, app, or social media than any entity, be that a big European club like Real Madrid or Barcelona, or any league like the Premier League or Champions League, measured by audience or revenue. The consumer brands that people may be more familiar with in this room would be Goal.com, which is still the largest website and social community in football, and for the Arabic speakers, Quora, which we acquired a couple of years ago, and it is the largest sports publisher in the Arabic world.
Wow, fantastic. Mark?
Yeah, we're Dorsia. We're helping people live a better life, as we like to say, starting with one reservation at a time. We built a platform that's a members-based platform to connect people for reservations, experiences, events that are very hard to get. And we built a global wallet that makes it all happen. So it's very similar to Uber in that way, where you book and you just get up and leave when you're done. You're not dealing with payments or anything like that. But with this, it happens to be like the hardest to get restaurants or the hardest to get music experience or art festivals. So if you want to go to, say, Art Basel before it opens, you're getting the patch through us. If you want to go to, FII, next year we're doing a great event, or any types of experiences like that. We provide the access, and it's a members-based platform. So what we did is connect the supply side we're going to curate the members by different tiers. So that way for like, if I just like there's different rooms and podiums and everyone has different access, we curated the membership based on different access so they can align with our set. So, that's how we're looking at it and being this global wallet to kind of power everything.
Fantastic. Thank you. Isaiah?
Yeah, so one of the founders of Will Ventures, we are early stage venture capital focused on sports, media, entertainment, and consumer. And really can have flexibility anywhere from pre-seed to Series A. And really touch sports was a long time perceived niche market. Touch sports as well as adjacent markets as well. So anywhere from net new emerging leagues to 80% of what we're going to do is be tech-enabled businesses, from youth sports to influencer-led brands, which I know is part of the discussion today, to fantasy sports, real money gaming as well, health, wellness, longevity, human performance. It really can cover a wide variety of different types of business models, almost a natural diversification. We're in our third fund, and we've got offices in Boston, New York, San Francisco, LA. I think one thing to add, I played in the NFL for 8 years as a linebacker, never a superstar, grinded out 8 years, but started investing when I was a player 22 years ago, my third year in the league, and embedding into those companies in the off season, learning like a fly on the wall, and really started to understand, feed this level of curiosity, but understand kind of the mindset on that shift over and preparing for a transition, and talk to a ton of players now. And we've backed a bunch of influencer-led brands I know we can get to as well, and I can walk through a couple examples of athletes as influencers that really disrupt a different e-commerce model, right?
Yeah.
Disrupting that across the board.
Fantastic. Ibrahim?
So our firm is called Silverbacks.
Yep.
Today is actually our 6th anniversary.
Congratulations.
So
Happy birthday.
Thank you. We always celebrate it at FII. And when we were created 6 years ago, we had a very simple idea that we took extremely seriously, which is that technology, which is advanced, was enabling entrepreneurs that were residing in Africa or in the Middle East or in Asia an incredible opportunity to expand their business globally. We know many example of that, one of them being TikTok, born in China, but used by all of us. And we believe that many other geographies can produce the same without necessarily having a government giving birth to it. So we wanted to be that force. We view the firm as a verb and the entrepreneur as the subject, and our investors as the complement. And our job is to really enable the best sentences of expansion of African businesses or Middle Eastern businesses to expand. So the last 6 years, we've been able to erect the platform around 4 sectors: tech, entertainment, sports, and media. And within those adjacencies, we've been deploying a lot. The largest exposure we have is in a fintech company that was on plenary this morning. This move that started with $4 million in revenue when we came in. And then today it's doing $400 million. It has Uber, Mubadala, BlackRock as investors. And the founder was speaking this morning where basically 6 months ago, Waymo appointed them as the only 9 parties expanding Waymo across the globe. So they're doing Phoenix, Miami, and they're going to be the one doing Waymo in London and in other parts. So what we've successfully done, we've put $40 million behind him, is doing the same in other similar businesses, which are younger in terms of revenue performance. But within sports, where we basically partnered with the NBA, we took 20% of the South African team that participated in that African tournament called Cape Town Tigers. We also invested in a sports tech business that improves your mitochondria, which helps your health and so forth, but completely developed out of South Africa with a view to develop it globally using athletes, different star athletes in Africa and globally. And last but not least, we took also about 20% of an African-born fighting tradition that's similar to UFC. And
What is that?
It's called Africa Warriors Fighting Championship.
Wow.
It was started 6 years ago. And within the 6 years, we managed to get Stake to be a sponsor, providing British pounds as revenue. We managed to be the first partner of DAZN, which is backed by PIF here in Nigeria. So our content is broadcasted there. And we get also those revenue in foreign exchange. So imagine the content, the work, the talent is all remunerated in local currency, but the entire revenue is in foreign form.
Yeah.
And the largest viewership of those matches after the US and Nigeria is actually Brazil.
Wow.
A lot of people forget that Brazil has 100 million black people.
Yeah.
So the number one concentration of black people is Nigeria. The
Number
second
two,
is
Brazil.
Ethiopia. And then somehow Brazil shows up. And Brazil found this content. And actually, Stake came to us to basically capture that intersection.
Wow.
Just the strange things that happen with technology.
Fantastic. I mean, what you're all doing is so exciting because, you know, if we go back to the sort of earlier examples of this, and we were talking in the pre-briefing session, when you look at Fred Perry, who obviously was a tennis player, and people don't even realize that when you're wearing the brand, or even Lacoste, and more recent examples such as Jordan, and then now the ones that we all know, like LeBron and Jay-Z and so on. I think there is a sort of preconception sometimes that it's not a serious business because it's a celebrity talent. And I wonder, how have you all been able to sort of, because you come from, well, the three of you, and I think your story is actually very interesting, Isaiah, because you were a player before going into business, because you come from it from a business perspective, and then you're dealing with talent. What is the hardest thing of it? What's working and what have you found hasn't worked? I'm kind of really interested in that, and I'll come to you first, because soccer players aren't always the easiest.
Yeah, they're not. And, you know, the two consumer brands I referenced before, Goal and Cora, were born a long time ago, about 20 years ago, digital publishing only, but, you know, they're big websites. However, they relied on talent to report on what was going on on the pitch or the field. And sometimes players like our opinion, sometimes they don't. When you look at our social media reach, which actually dwarfs what we do on web and app by a few hundred million, it's way more dependent on us getting access to players and athletes.
Right.
Probably, or most of the time, to share their opinions or views on what is happening off the field, what they wear, what music they listen to, so that you move outside of the core, you know, football audience, in our case. And so,
and it's their lifestyle influence in general.
Correct, because you're, you know, aiming to not just reach Heineken, which is a Champions League sponsor. You're also trying to crack some of those brands that you mentioned, like Lacoste or Crocs, for example, which is a big client of ours. And so, in order to do that, you've got to build relationships with them. You have to sometimes get them on our cap table, although that is not the case in our business. We're private equity backed, and different to Isaiah. Private equity backers usually are allergic to bringing more people into the cap table, unless you're not doing well, which we are. And so we work with them and build relationships over the long run, so that their voices, their opinions, and you know, their views on things that actually are happening off the field is what carries our brands forward. And we've actually built shows, most of them, you know, long form YouTube-led shows. We have about 15 million subs on YouTube across different brands that are the equivalents of, you know, Joe Rogan for football.
Wow.
And most of those are actually powered by ex-players who have a huge network of contacts that, you know, can get very deep into a specific topic, be that performance-based or what they do off the field, et cetera. And then we can, you know, build brands around them that we can monetize our audience with. So
fantastic.
it's a bit of a touch and go for us.
I love it. And Mark, when we were talking before, you were saying about why it's so important to have the talent invest, and that if they don't have skin in the game, they don't take it as seriously as they should. So can you talk about the dynamics of that and how you quantify even what a talent's worth for your business?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, first I would say is, the advantages and disadvantages part. I think it's a really slippery and dangerous game to play in. And I think if brands and entrepreneurs don't actually understand the space, it could be disastrous.
Yeah.
And you have to understand the different social status and what's, what that person can be doing, and understanding, separating like the art from the artistry at times, which I think, like, especially with your background, you can take a example that we had is we were launching London, and we own a design magazine also, which is called Surface, and we deal with the best architects in the world and designers and everything like that. And David Adjaye, who's a good buddy of mine,
Good buddy of mine.
I think one of the best architects in the world.
Yeah.
He was doing our launch. He designed an amazing space in London.
Yeah.
And we were hosting an amazing event together. He was on the cover, whatever. I have a great relationship with him. And at that exact time, something was going down with him.
Yeah.
And if that same talent, who he is arguably one of the best in the world,
Without question.
if that was an athlete, it would have been totally fine. Blew over. Nothing would have happened. But because of so if you don't understand
the space you're in,
the space that you're in, and you're like, okay, I'm just going to get a celebrity, but not understanding how that all works and what could happen and the dangers and pitfalls and the timing and social climate and what's going on, you could catch yourself in a really bad deal where you just marketed this big, person. And also cultures change and ideas change. We were just talking with a very big group out here, and they were looking at development deals and how to bring celebrities in. And they were like, we want to go get Leonardo DiCaprio and Kendall Jenner. I'm just like, but why? They're like, that game was 20 years ago, 15 years ago. Like, that's not the right move for you. And they're not.
So what is the right game now then, for now?
I mean, for right now, it's like the top entrepreneurs, the billionaires are the new celebrities. Hate to say it, but it's totally true. And you're going to get a lot more because everyone wants to surround themselves around that. So if you look at a lot of these places that are doing it, where you take like Miami, which I'm from, so I'm biased.
Yes.
And some of the wealthiest people around the world have moved there.
Yeah.
Of the top 10 people, we have 6 of the wealthiest.
You do.
Yeah. And so now everyone's gravitating towards there because they all want to kind of connect into that. And one day you might have Jeff Bezos at the restaurant, or Ken Griffin. You have all these different major players from all over the world residing there. So they are the new, but no one's going to care enough about like the Hollywood celebrity as much anymore.
Wow. So what you're saying is that actually the sort of quote unquote star power of the stars is waning, and it's becoming the entrepreneur power.
Elon Musk is a way bigger celebrity than many
than
athletes.
Leo.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, you'll have people from, and it's because there's the brain power, and then one's putting rockets into space and powering all of our technology, and so there's a totally different view right now of how to capture.
I get it. And the quantification in terms of one's value, quote.
Yeah, we really understand. I've been in kind of nightlife events, experiences, celebrity for a long time, so I understand how to work with the celebrities the right way. And what you asked about, getting them to pay, if they're not paying, everyone's throwing deals at them. So if they're not passionate about the deal, my first advice is don't do it.
Okay.
Because you're just going to give them shares and give them equity. They're going to phone it in. They're not going to be present. But if they're putting some cash in, even if it's 10,000, 100,000, whatever it is, some token of money, if they're literally giving $1 out of their pocket, they're going to take it a lot more seriously if you just give them shares. Because no one, think about all the stuff that you just get given away. You don't value it the same.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Even if it's valuable.
Totally.
Yeah, totally. So, Isaiah, if I could come to you in what you're doing with Will Ventures, I think your story is so interesting. As we touched on, you were a player, you were investing just in your sort of part-time while you were playing, and then have turned this into a business. Do you find that actually the talent that you work with have a level of extra trust for you because they know you understand what it feels like to be them? Does that help what you do as somebody that oversees a venture fund?
Yeah, I think there's a flavor of that for sure. And having walked that path, having been a player, again, not a superstar, so, but this idea of just feeding a level of curiosity, and having a similar background from a lot of men and women that have grown up and made it professional sports, not across the board, but I grew up in poverty, right? Was homeless for parts of my childhood. And I knew, when I was handed a signing bonus, I knew nothing, zero, about finance, economics, public markets, private markets. So I spent my first 3 years in the NFL learning everything I could from the ground up.
Amazing.
And that is something that repeats itself over and over and over again. And I talked to a lot of players that realize this, want to learn more. And so I think there's an authentic connection there.
Do a lot of them also come to you for advice, presumably?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think there's just like something authentic there, which is great. I was angel investing as a player, made a lot of investments, and continue to invest even after retiring. An investment in Aura Ring, which has been amazing.
Good for you.
Yeah. And then now run an institutional firm, right? And our largest backers is institutional capital, university endowments, foundations, our largest anchors. We've got great strategic capital. We've got 18 professional team owners across 4 major sports. We've got 24 elite athletes that have put their own money in, right? Similar to what Mark was saying. That want to be able to learn more. And then kind of titans of industry, downstream capital, large private equity funds, crossover hedge funds. So our bar is very high on institutional capital. How do we return multiples for each investment we make, right? So very quantitative based, research-backed, thesis-driven approach across the board. We see, getting back to even the kind of the name of the panel and some of the things you highlighted, this evolution from what was just endorsement, Gatorade, give us your name, image, likeness, and sit on the sidelines. This evolution around, well, I have an authentic understanding and liking and curiosity around your business. And I feel like I can add a lot of value, not just a spike in, likes and kind of spike on social media, but long-term commitment that puts the athlete and the athlete as an influencer in the mindset of being an operator and a partner, a long-term partner. That is somewhat self-selecting, right? Not every player is going to be able to do that. And it's sifting through and vetting not only entrepreneurs, but vetting athletes that you want to tie in and have long-term relationships with, setting those expectations, right? But vetting them just like you would an entrepreneur as well.
Right.
For the fit, everything else as well. And we've got great examples. We've got some amazing companies in our fund. We've got a company this year, out of our second fund, they'll do $200 million of EBITDA with like crazy.
Wow.
Should be able to pay out dividends twice a year. We see deep disruption in the model for influence overall, but athletes as influence as well. We've backed Tiger Woods, Roy McIlroy, in their holding company TGL. Tomorrow Sports, the holding company of their new property TGL. Shaun White's Global Action Sports League, the Snow League. We're in that with Aries Management and David Blitzer as well. So some great opportunities there. Also work with and the largest investor with a company called Youth Incorporated, Greg Olson, former NFL football player, now a Fox broadcaster, and this content to commerce flywheel. But each one of those groups, each one of those people think about themselves as operators and entrepreneurs as well in this long-term vision.
Rather than just talent.
Exactly.
And then I'd love to hear from you as well, Isaiah. What difference do you think the celebrity makes? So if that celebrity hadn't been involved and hadn't invested and hadn't promoted, do you think the businesses would have succeeded anyway in terms of presumably the companies that you back could do well without the celebrity? What what extra bit does that celebrity endorsement add?
Those specific businesses, like the celebrity is actually like unbelievably important.
Yeah.
For that, because in the end, anyone can have an idea. It's tying this with where people they're going to have. I look at it like this, where you have this authentic buy-in, you have this long-term vision. There's an emotional distribution and an unlock for a brand that sometimes takes years or decades to build. You can almost do that, not overnight, but you can really accelerate that process in a lot of different ways. And also, if you think about this as well, different types of models, we're about to finalize it. I can't say what it is, we're about to finalize a really, really big deal. Massive basketball influencer, massive following as well. You start to think about launching brands. If you look at Mr. Beast, is a great example.
Oh
right?
my goodness.
Done an amazing job launching brands.
Huge.
And monetizing. You have a very efficient customer acquisition model, right? You have a captive audience. You have early adopters on what you do. That looks highly attractive, right? And a lot of those influencers, if they're athletes or not, they think about their own business as entrepreneurs as well, right? Taking that same mindset across the board. But having that built-in distribution is unbelievably huge, and it becomes really attractive to create big brands across the board.
Right.
And there's other great examples like Kim Kardashian with Skims, Kelly Bieber just exiting
Cool. Well, Hailey
over $1
Bieber,
billion
we were
as
talking
well.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not going to disagree with you, but I'm going to add a twist. Is I think that the celebrity can be the big impact for the business, but if there's not a strong team and there's not
100%.
a team that can handle it,
100%.
like Kim K is a great example. I was just going to bring it up. If you look at the amount of deals she did and the amount of successful outcomes of the company's deals, it's actually a low percentage.
Very low.
Those companies couldn't handle it.
No.
When they brought that stuff, they didn't have a management team that was able to handle that stuff. So like, it's also
But having
understanding
Jens
when to
made the
do
difference,
when to do that deal. Like, and I've known Kim since she used to promote clubs for me in Los Angeles like 20 some odd years ago. So I have a different relationship with her. And they're like, why don't you do something with Kim right off the bat? I'm like, because we don't have the ability at that point. It was a smaller tech that like, okay, if all of a sudden 1 million downloads came in, we'd be out of business.
Yeah.
So like not knowing, and a lot of those deals that she did, she brought all this thing and then the companies crumbled.
So this has to be the
Yeah, for sure. You have to have a team that can actually catch the ball.
100%. That's table stakes. You have to have an amazing operating team, typically with amazing experience. And with Skim, she got that. She absolutely got one of the top-notch teams.
And she partnered. She went to one of the best fashion people. She went to
Emma and Jens.
Theory. She went to Andrew, who's like has been doing fashion for decades. Which the story behind that is it was actually she got to Andrew because Kanye was trying to get Andrew to do his line.
Look at that.
And Andrew kept turning him down. He's like, I don't think you have the vision. She came in, and he really was obsessed with her vision and backed her and scaled that thing. And he owns the largest piece of it. But without a big team and brand behind that can handle it, Skims wouldn't be Skims. She's got an amazing vision, but needed a producer, a manufacturer, a marketer who knows how to do fashion that way.
I think
I'd
it's
love
also,
to bring. Sorry,
just one thing to add to Mark's. It's not just the team; it's also the story that you're telling with that athlete or celebrity and what they stand for. Because if you're trying to, if they were known for one thing on the field and then you're trying to tell a different story,
no one's
consumers will
buying
see
it.
right through it.
Yeah.
And building that positioning on the storyline, even if they have 20, 30, 40 million followers on Instagram, and you're trying to migrate them to YouTube, which is a whole different platform, different audience, different demographic, then you got to be authentic. Otherwise, they'll just see right through it and it won't grow.
Indeed. So, Ibrahim, if I can bring you in from the continent's perspective, because you touched on what's going on with some of the content that you're investing in for Nigeria, the Ethiopian, and Brazil. But I think one of the areas that is really overlooked is what's happening in Africa in terms of the explosion in regards to the demography of the continent. Data that people often overlook is by 2030, over 40% of the world's youth will be African. By 2050, 1 in 3 people on the planet will be African. So for any brand, for any business, you have to have an Africa strategy if you are future focused. So I'd love you to talk about how your looking at things, because you're almost coming at it from the opposite of what we're used to, which is businesses start in the West and then they sort of then transfer to the global South. So you're doing it the other way around. Can you speak to that and what you see the future of that as being, as well as how that relates to high-profile talent?
Sure. So I think to answer that, one book that I've always been obsessed with is *Sapien*, Yuval Harari.
Yeah.
And I think if you dig into the book, you understand that the emancipation of that medium-sized animal called human
Yes.
to dominate Earth is fundamentally anchored around fictions, which is just synonymous of stories. So I agree with all these gentlemen that the influencer plays a role, but fundamentally, if you look at the dichotomy between BYD and Tesla, one makes a lot more revenue and profit. The other one has lower revenue and not profitable. The one that has lower revenue, that has a character called Elon Musk, has a valuation that's exactly 10 times higher than the one that's winning at all metrics. And you can get the point that the story plays a critical role in our civilization. If you look at the fact now in terms of sports, if any sport that you take, one of the dominant actor has often been from Africa. But nobody cares necessarily of your passport if you're delivering quality. So that philosophy is really what we're trying to take about business. Because basically, if you're a formidable athlete, Paris Saint-Germain or French team will be 95% African, but it will be labeled French. And nobody at that moment, there's an argument as to where the talent is from. But what matters, the quality and the winner of that label. So I think that core philosophy is what we really take across, where those metrics you spell out about Africa becoming a growing force. But I think you can already sense a lot of it, whether you're here in Saudi or in Starbucks in New York, you'll get increasing Afrobeat, Amapiano, like the background is just increasingly with that element. But I think fundamentally, if quality is at the end intersection, nobody cares. So I think what we're trying to push with any African founder, entrepreneur we back, is prioritize quality. Because people don't select out of passport, they select out of the end product. We all forget to realize that the most famous religion that we practice, whether it's Christianity or Judaism, emanated from this side, but it's globally adopted and globally claimed in terms of label. But it's all the founders came from here. So I think that general philosophy is what we espouse, that basically if you push the envelope of quality, your story is solid, adoption will come naturally.
Right.
And that basically is the story of balance sheet. Because if you see balance sheet of all the top market cap companies you see, you'll see that their tangible value is a lot of times, sometimes 40 times lower than the market value. So it shows you the level of dependence we have as a civilization towards fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
That's all the story.
total quality, authenticity,
Yeah.
you know, genuine. I mean, all those words. I mean, water reaches its own level in that regard.
Yes.
So, like, you have to have that, you know, for any of this to work. And I
Yeah.
think, you know, when we even look at some of these deals on the celebs, talents, DJs, whatever it is in any way, we almost look at it as like kind of like venture investing. So we spot the talent early on.
Yeah.
We'll do deals where we'll, you know, whether it's a DJ or artist or someone that we really feel is going to be big in a few years,
Yeah.
we'll do like a 5-year deal, buy a certain number of performances, invest in them up front, like do a deal where we'll pay cash up front.
You get
and
them
then
early.
Get them early, and then when they're booking for $5,000 a night or something, and then 3 years from now they're getting $200,000 a night, but
You still
we
got
look at
all
it as
the time.
investing, and we gave them that capital, but we know that game. We know who's going to be,
And where does that something that now, Mark, has become intuitive for you? Like, you can just tell this person has something.
like going back to Kim, like it's a great example. Like I knew the second I met her, I'm like, she's going to be a force.
Wow.
And she wasn't anything. She was
Yeah.
just, no one knew her.
Well, she was Paris's PA in the
Yeah,
beginning.
she was like, again, like we were doing liquor deals with her. She was wearing promo gear for us and walking in fashion shows as like but you knew like she was the one who, if the start time was 6 p.m., she was there at 5:45, prepped, like did her research. I'm like, wow, this is the most like best promo girl I've ever worked with. I'm like, the work ethic of this woman was so sharp. And then as she grew, I was like, she's gonna be a beast. Like you knew it, you just could
Felt
tell.
it.
Felt.
Wow.
See, Mark's nailing home the point, right? It's almost self-selecting where you can see
Yeah.
talent that meets work ethic and seriousness, and that came out right early, and that's what you see. And it's not for everyone, but if there's bigger aspirations outside of the field, outside of the rink, outside
stage,
the court,
whatever.
whatever
Yeah.
it is, you're going to see that carry through. And you talk about. I talk to athletes all the time, like particularly like start thinking about like what's next, and I'm sure you guys have done this as well. And it's really kind of boils down to like this realization of like you think about how hard you worked to get to the pinnacle of the sport that you're playing. Point that in, like when you're done, point that in,
energy.
or even before,
Yeah.
point that in another direction,
And
just give you time,
Yeah.
and just keep plugging, and you're gonna find your way.
Especially if you've built great IP
Yes.
in
100%.
an AI-driven world, which most of the chat's here now, so I'm going to introduce.
Great point.
In an AI-driven world in which you don't know what's right, what's true or not, when athletes specifically, but any celebrity, including the Kardashians, they create a level of IP that is so valuable, and if you keep that and you build on top
And
of it,
protect
then
that.
it will basically outperform anything, despite what may happen across any type of content consumption with AI.
Wow.
And I can give you another
Please.
example
Yeah.
in our geography how it manifested this whole building the story and influence. The basketball team we bought in South Africa did not exist 4 years ago. So a series of African Americans came, built it, so no history. Year one, national champion of the country. Second year, national champion, and then starts playing in the NBA. We get the biggest Afrobeat singer, Mr. Easy, that lives in
We
Ghana,
love Mr. Easy.
becomes a shareholder, and then we basically get a former Lakers coach. And then obviously, when you tally those three, you basically stand out from the crowd. Dwayne Wade finds us and places his son with us. So a lot of people give us the credit of sourcing him, but the story that was crafted is what made him find us. And subsequently, we got owners of teams in the US coming into the cap table and other Hollywood stars. But fundamentally, I would argue that it's always about some of this point of architecting the story, building an IP, and try to condition the future.
Yeah.
And that's, when you look at it in all facets, it's often that choreography.
Yeah, I love it. Well, we have 1 minute left, gentlemen. So if you could, in 20 seconds each, tell us if there's anything that you're working on that you're excited about and that may be possibly open for business. So, Juan.
I work in football, soccer, so the World Cup next year, coming to probably the world's biggest ATM, is going to be very exciting for us, and I think it will beat all metrics, including for our business. So that is what we're working on now.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we're working on something which is actually going to be great for this region also. But we're disrupting hospitality and how the table experience kind of goes when, especially as liquor is declining and it's dry here,
Yeah.
right? But how do you create a model where there's these beach clubs that are coming in town and all these nightclubs, and you're trying to sell a table for $20,000 when liquor used to be the conduit?
What is that now?
What's the next conduit? Which is we've partnered with some of the biggest luxury brands out of Paris, and you know, instead of which also own the liquor companies, but like, why not let them buy bags, shoes, houseware, whatever it is? Why make it just be liquor? Though all of a sudden, if you could buy a table here and you're getting a bag or shoes for your $20,000 spend, and you have $20,000 of XYZ brand.
And better for your liver too.
Better for everything, and you don't feel like an idiot for buying a table. Now you're like, actually, I like what I just spent the money.
Yeah, very smart. And Dorsia cards are...
We built all the tech to integrate all the POS and inventory systems, and how you can actually buy the table, and all the merchandise is there. And so that's what we're
doing
getting ready
now.
to
Brilliant.
launch.
Thank you.
We've got very exciting things going on with Fund 1, Fund 2. Fund 2 is a top quartile fund. We'll have 4 companies that will do over $300 million of revenue. Very, very excited. We're working on 3 deals right now that should close between now and Q1. One, a pretty amazing longevity deal where elite athletes, early adopters, but really that kind of resonates with broader society. We all want to take guesswork how we can feel our best. And then a basketball play, and then a golf play with one of the top players in the world as well.
Congratulations.
So, yeah, we're excited.
Fantastic. Ibrahim?
So two exciting projects. The Africa Warrior Fighting Champion, as mentioned earlier, the number I forgot to spell out is the platform collected 950 million views. That's shy of 1 billion.
Wow.
From fights in random places in Nigeria.
My goodness.
That has become a beast, and that's really getting us excited. We're going to enter the phase over the next 2 to 3 years to export those fights outside the geography and start to have events in places like here. So it's very exciting. So we always including other partners. And last, if anybody's ever curious about business in Africa, check out our podcast. It's called In the Valley Podcast. We have a lot of people that are evolving in the intersection of the US, tech, and entertainment and sports that are regular guests.
Brilliant. Love that. Well, thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for our panel? Thank you.
How'd you sleep?
All right. I think we have.
We might be more on stage than in the crowd.
I think so. I think so. It was just a conversation between the 6 of us, very similar.
I'm
to
certain the
what-
virtual audience is much larger. It's all about the broadcast.
This is how the usual suspects start today.
Yeah. Not the usual. It's just us. We're just facing like 2/3 of the room here. Well, thank you everyone for coming. This will be a topic that we've probably discussed as a society for the past many, many years, but what do GPs stand for? So appreciate all of you for coming out here for that, and for all the ones I think watching from home as well. I'm David Joe, your moderator, where I spend a disproportionate amount of time with capital allocators and venture capitalists, like these fine gentlemen over here. So all 5 of you need no introduction, but I'm going to give you all an introduction anyways. But we agree that we're going to get to the spicy parts pretty damn quickly. So Chris, from Innovia, is the co-founder and partner of Innovia, a Canadian-based full-stack venture capital firm. And I believe you just hit your 300 mil first close out of your 450 growth fund, right? So that's Chris over here. Bilal, to his, am I doing this right, from Sharuk, is a partner at Sharuk, an operator investor focused on the frontier markets of MENA and a former founder himself. Michael over here from Aleph is the co-founder and general partner for Aleph, and an Israel-based investor, one of the most outspoken voices for values-based venture investing, known for his Aleph Insights essays, which I'm personally a big fan of as well. And then we have Adam to my left over here, Up Partners, chairman and managing partner, an investor in mobility and climate and frontier tech, previously at Silver Lake and an engineer by training. And Tim, from Augmentum, CEO of Augmentum FinTech, London, and I believe the only publicly listed fintech firm out there, and whose portfolio company Tide recently raised $120 million this year, if I remember correctly. So congratulations to all of you. But maybe to start things off, each of your stories are well documented. But if someone were to read, listen, watch your story from afar, are there chapters, stories, or inflection points that you think they might miss? And maybe, Adam, we start from you first.
Well, thank you, David. My career is a series of serendipitous accidents. I mean, it never made any sense going, if you looked at it prospectively. It only makes any sense retrospectively. I was an engineer, studied electrical engineering, design, and physics. And then I got lucky because this crazy hippie who was 23 years old and I was 19, named Steve Jobs, came and said, I need someone studying electrical engineering and design. So, like, who knew? The constant thread in my career is that I made job decisions that disappointed my parents. When I went to Apple, they wanted me to go to HP. When I went to Lucasfilm, they wanted me to go to Boston Consulting Group. So that was my metric. But in all seriousness, what I would say is the constant thread has been curiosity, is that I am innately curious about almost everything, and that I have evolved an ethos that if you only have a finite number of hours, and maybe as the oldest person on this panel, statistically I have maybe 170,000 hours left before I'm a vegetable, I try to allocate those really thoughtfully. And so I only want to work on what I call things that are great, good, and important being things that improve the human condition. I'll shut up.
I love it. There's a lot to get into there. Michael, what about you?
Sounds remotely familiar, actually, but the twist in mind is somebody did me a giant favor in retrospect, and they fired me from my first job, which was in political consulting. And then nobody wanted to hire me because I actually had no training in anything. Unlike you, I didn't have an engineering degree. I barely got through political science in college. And so because no one hired me, I was forced to start something, and that became the first tech bank or merchant bank for technology in Israel. And then one thing led to another. And I joined a venture fund because the one thing I did recognize, my powerful insight, was that in the 1990s, I was lucky and not good, and therefore didn't kind of reinvest the profits. I'd like to have the bubble back again to make me look lucky again, but maybe we have it now. But in the absence of that, that was my most powerful insight, was that I was lucky and not good, and so I should join a group of people who actually knew what they were talking about.
I love it. I love it. So as we're going down the aisle here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think what resonates is parents being disappointed when you make career decisions. And I became an entrepreneur in the late 90s, where being an entrepreneur was definitely not fashionable. And I think I left my only real job. I was working for Bain. I'd studied in Moscow, worked in Moscow in the early 90s, which was quite an adventure, and then decided in 97 that I wanted to be an entrepreneur. Opened up the first juice bars in the UK, so I was a little ahead of the curve. Don't be right too early with healthy eating. And then this thing called the internet appeared.
Never heard of it.
Started to gain traction. And that's when we began with a business called Flutter, which became Betfair, and now NASDAQ listed, rebranded under Flutter Entertainment. And then for me, it was really looking at the VC industry, having gone through that journey, having been backed by some big funds. But what really frustrated me was a lack of entrepreneurial DNA in venture in the early noughties. And I think that was the catalyst for me to say, well, if you can't find the right fund that fits your culture, your ethos, then do it yourself and build your own. And that really led me to launch Augmentum in 2010. And here we are. Now, the second iteration was IPOing the fund and providing that access to, in particular, retail. Now, being listed in London after 8 years, I definitely didn't have grey hair prior to that, but we can talk about that a little bit later.
Would love to dive into that in just a sec, but Bilal, what about you?
Well, I think the theme is a group therapy session about our parents. So, you know, I'm the youngest of four of Pakistani immigrants who grew up in the UK. The last thing they wanted to hear was, you know, I'm going to go and study philosophy at undergrad, which is what I did, not engineering or medicine or some of the other things, which are stereotypes, but actually true. And really that really set me off on a journey that really, if I think about the red thread, to borrow Adam's phrase, it's really about trying to understand decision making. You know, so I started my career in US foreign policy as a chief of staff, moved into academia, was on the faculty at Wharton, studying political economy and how decisions are made in government, and then switched over to the other side of the table, as it were, and advised investors and governments on how they should think about this region. And another theme is, of course, luck, and I think it was right place at the right time. Saudi was opening up. The sovereign wealth funds and institutions in the UAE were really taking off. And there was a historical turn of looking at this part of the world, not purely through the lens of conflict, but also commercial opportunity. And I had the fortune of being able to advise hedge funds and buy-side investors on how they should be thinking about the evolution here. And inspired by that world, then started a tech company and was a founder myself in the business intelligence space and had the opportunity and, again, the luck of being able to exit it. And now, you know, being in the region, being based in Abu Dhabi, and being part of this incredible ecosystem where we get to invest in Saudi, in the UAE, and across the region, is a real privilege. And again, that thread of decision making. You know, here, if you're an investor, especially if you're a venture investor, you're not just deploying capital. You have to think about how decisions are made in government and with the regulator, and perhaps the regulation for the companies that you are investing in doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
How do you think about exits, et cetera? And so you need a much more of a 360 decision-making matrix, and happen to be in a privileged role where I can leverage all those different ingredients.
We definitely want to talk about how the job description of a GP has evolved over time as well. But last but not least, Chris.
An entrepreneur, I had the opportunity of meeting Mark Andreessen when he was starting Netscape, and he gave me the source code to translate Netscape in every other language outside of the US. And from there, built a network, and then I quickly realized, being Canadian, that every single tech company in Canada was being funded by an American firm and being acquired very early on. So about almost 20 years ago, decided to launch Inovia as being a global but Canadian headquartered venture capital firm. And we're builders. So basically the whole team of partners are ex-operators and ex-entrepreneurs. And fast forward to today, we help build the whole Canadian tech ecosystem and VC ecosystem. And now we're managing 2.5 billion in active AUM and strong co-investments with the LPs to get them also involved into the most promising opportunities. So very lucky to have been at the right place at the right time.
I love it. So we definitely want to pull down the curtains of what each of your job descriptions actually are, but to contextualize the conversation we're going to have today, I'd love to spend a little bit of time talking about each of your markets, because each of you invest in very different markets. So for you, what are the characteristics of your market that, of the ones that you're investing into, that other markets may not have? And maybe, Michael, we can start with you first.
So first thing I'll say is, I started in venture capital in Israel 30 years ago in the mid-90s. Over the last, I guess, 3 or so years, or 4 years, I've now made many trips to the UAE, and this is my first trip to Riyadh. There's an energy here that reminds me of that time period in the 90s when I started investing. There's real energy here, and you see people want to be entrepreneurs. And I think that's super encouraging for this region. Just my pattern recognition, which is our job as venture capitalists, suggests that there's going to be incredible opportunity in this part of the world, especially with the young demographics here and south and east of here. I think this is going to be an extraordinary time for this region. That's the first thing I would say.
Can I pile on to that?
Sure, we should have a conversation.
So look, I've done a lot of things, but I've been an investor for 25 years. When I started this 6 years ago, and I didn't anticipate that we would be, I thought it was going to be sort of a retirement dalliance, not that what it's become.
You got another 170,000 hours left. You got plenty of time.
Exactly. But the decision I made for the firm was there was only one other place besides Silicon Valley that we were going to spend time, energy, money, and that's here. And we opened it up. The first thing I did was open an office in Abu Dhabi. I've been here every 6 weeks for the last 2 years. I bought a house, and I told my wife if I was 40 again, I would move here because I believe that there's really only been a few places in the world that have changed society: Athens, the Renaissance, Florence, Paris in the 20s, Silicon Valley. And they had weird characteristics: education, money, tolerance for failure, crazy people, enlightened leadership. I think that's here. And I think, so we said, we're not going to Asia, we're not going to Europe, we're not going to Latin America. We're going to be in California and here. So we saw the same thing you saw, the same passion.
Amazing.
So question for the group. I don't mean to take David's job here, but
Absolutely, I'm fired already.
yeah, how long does it take for a real venture ecosystem to be built? Because it's fledgling now. There's energy, there's enthusiasm, there's excitement, and there's capital, which often isn't there, but the capital base is there.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, you can't flick a switch overnight and say,
no,
we've got the entrepreneurial, DNA here. It's not yet.
My core observation, and this goes back to your point about being different. At the end of the day, when you compare it to the United States, which is the granddaddy of the venture market and the granddaddy of markets in general, there's less than 1/10 of the population here in Abu Dhabi. It's 1/40th of the population of the United States. Israel's 10 million people. It's a much smaller place. So necessarily, although the Arabic-speaking world is obviously bigger than the Hebrew-speaking world, there's some local marketplace, but to really get to venture scale outcomes, you need to go global. I've often argued that Israel's benefit is it only has 10 million people, so there is no local market. You must go global from the get-go. But my other observation is that it's taken 30 years, which is 3 cycles, where you send some of the talent to the United States to get embedded in some of these big companies, Google, Facebook now, in the time it was Cisco and Intel, et cetera, so that they have the management experience to think globally and then grow up globally to become meaningful. The uniqueness of our market is that the technology tends to be far more breakthrough than almost anywhere in the world because it's created at the bleeding edge. And most of these guys come out of military technology units and not university technology units, and it's tried and tested. And that tends to create more leapfrogs in technology. It's part of why I think it's not an accident that 2 of the biggest M&A outcomes in history at this point. One happened this year with Wiz being acquired for $32 billion. It's one of the top 10. And the other was Mobileye, which was $16 billion. But faster and faster, it's iterating now because the world goes to more deep tech or bleeding edge tech. Our market is advantaged. I think this market will slowly percolate. It's going to take 30, 40 years. It takes time. It takes real time. It's not, you can't microwave this. People need to go through the cycles.
That being said, I think Israel is an amazing ecosystem example because the US has always had the critical mass, both on the talent front, therefore on the technology, including deep technology, and on the capital front. So no other country in the world can compare themselves to the density of capital and talent that Silicon Valley has and still has today. That being said, Canada's ecosystem was built over a 30-year period, and it was copied in big part in collaboration also with many parties out of Israel. And that was to have the ability to recognize that you build an ecosystem first based on talent, second based on capital, and third based on infrastructure and access. And that access also comes from the country's ability to bring the corporates into the ecosystem of technology and venture capital. The US has tailored that like perfectly. Every other country is still starting to adjust.
You make a really good point. I love Bilal's thoughts on this because we are investing behind a really singular thesis, not from a topic perspective, but from a process perspective. We're investing in GCC nationals who have gone to one of 10 universities in the US to get a PhD. That's our thesis. We've made 2 investments. They are growing like rocket ships. It's fabulous. It's a very small way to think about it. I think the biggest gap here is talent. And I think so we're spending time at KAUST. We're spending time at Khalifa University. We're trying to work on tech transfer. Here's a really good example of how it's broken. We were at Khalifa, and they asked me to come talk about tech transfer from Stanford, where I'm on this engineering school board. At Stanford, it's a 1-page form. They take 5% of the equity. And the Khalifa people are like, oh, we were hoping to take like 55 or 60% of the equity. I'm like, that's not going to work. The entrepreneurs have to win.
Israel started in the same place. It's gotten better.
And so I'm just curious, Bilal, how do you see this?
Look, I think the discussion we're having is exactly some of when you go into the corridors of these same discussions across the region, these are the same variables that are being discussed. I think it's important to remember that any ecosystem doesn't grow in a vacuum. And going back to your question about what makes, I would argue, the region very distinct right now, also in terms of the historical parallels that you spoke about earlier, is that you're not just building the venture and tech ecosystem, you're doing nation building and state building at the same time.
Yeah.
So today, building the tech and venture ecosystem in the region, it's happening at the same time as you're trying to build out medical facilities and hospitals. It's happening at the same time as you're trying to build out universities and schools. It's happening at the same time as you're trying to build out a visa regime for attracting talent. It's happening at the same time as you're trying to figure out what does regulation look like, whether it's in digital assets or for financial services. This is a gargantuan task. And some of those will take a long time, and some of those elements may fail, and some will succeed. The irony is that despite the fact that all of us here are investing in a risky asset class, the capital actually needs to be patient. Yeah. So we need more people like you, Adam, who are saying, you know what, I'm going to move there. I'm going to buy a house there, and I'm going to spend not the whole year, but part of the year there, and I'm going to actually go and speak to folks at Khalifa University, because while there isn't a switch, the minute you talk to folks and say, by the way, you can't have 55% stake as a university into what a founder is doing because you're going to kill the company and the founder's vision, they will implement that and change it.
Yeah. How receptive are they to these kinds of comments? Because there's an ingrained belief, and then there's obviously the, let's say, Silicon Valley mindset.
Look, I think when I pull a red thread over the political economy of the last 10 years globally, one narrative emerges, which is people don't like being told what to do, right? I think that's equally as true in the US as it is in Korea as it is here.
That's what he told his mother about it.
Right. And I think if you come here, you show that you have a stake on the ground and you're willing to help and support. I think there's pretty significant reception. We also need to disaggregate what you're looking to build and the structure you're willing to put in place. And adapt it to the vision that people and cultures have locally. Yeah. And I think, by and large, I think people get that. I think we're past this sort of hackneyed phase of, people turn up to the region and don't know how to talk to locals or don't understand local. I think that era is gone. We need to move past that. I think by and large, even when people are coming here on their first visit, second visit, they understand that there are some things that can be transferred over wholesale and others will have to have a local version, and that's generally healthy.
Interesting enough, we took an approach where last month we brought 12 Canadian leading technology companies in different sectors, cyber, digital health, fintech, enterprise, and quantum. And we brought 3 funds over and 2 AI institutes from Canada. And it was really, to your point, building the conversation to acknowledge certain gaps, but also acknowledge that you need global partnerships. And that's, yes, for talent and the training, and we're lucky enough in Canada. You know, Canada, as Canadians, we're shy, right? So
Also the nicest people in the world.
Waterloo, we say sorry often. So Waterloo is the single largest university pumping out the highest quality engineers, even more than in California. The challenge for Canada, though, was that the talent would all move to the US. So when you look at, 42 of the unicorns in the US, all co-founded by a Canadian, right? So we want to actually...
Canadian 100 is a huge thing in Silicon Valley. I mean,
it is.
I've been to many events, and I had 40% of my team at Silver Lake were Canadians. So,
well, good point. It's just that we especially for this region, and that's why we also chose this region for the future, for the next decade and 2 decades, is actually establishing these stronger relationships to actually help establish that ecosystem here to be global, because I personally think that within the next 5 years, Saudi and the UAE will be the most digitalized countries in the world, and an example to follow on multiple fronts. So that collaboration is simultaneously, I want to elevate Canada. Yeah. Our closest neighbors are the US, and we need to actually have these authentic type of relationships for the long term. So it's a huge opportunity, to your point.
And I'd love to throttle the Wi-Fi a little bit, just because part of this conversation is not only how great these markets are, and I love how you guys elucidated the importance of helping translate and educate the market in each that you're part of, but I'm curious for you, how do you translate that story to your LPs, who are another portion of that stakeholder for you? Because this all sounds good for the founders who are part of your markets, but how do LPs receive this?
That's not relevant for me because my LPs are investing in one market. But I'll tell you what I told them on Tuesday at our annual meeting. I had made a prediction 3 years ago that you'd see Indonesian passports at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv, and you're starting to see them already very, very, very quietly. And my hope and prayer is, and I said that this yesterday on the panel, it's strange that Israel had to go to Canada, to collaboration, help form the venture market there, and you're coming here to Saudi Arabia. It's a shorter drive from Tel Aviv to Lula than it is from Riyadh. And my hope and prayer is that these horrific last 2 years end up becoming behind us, and that this actually becomes a region that it has got all the elements to be globally competitive in the global technology industry. There's abundant energy, there's youth, there's talent, there's an interest in being compatible, and each country brings a different something to the table. And we have all these, Apples in Israel and Googles in Israel and Facebook or Meta, whatever they're called, and NVIDIA, et cetera. You're going to have massive areas of compute and innovation here in the AI era because they're so committed both in UAE and Saudi to this. And I think if we can kind of imagine a better future over the next 10 years, this region together could become an absolute juggernaut and accelerate what's going on in UAE and Riyadh through that collaboration. And we can get more infrastructure, access to energy. And you just think people don't pay attention to geography here, but it's super important, right? Imagine if you could run a comms cable and a data center that runs from the Indian Ocean via Saudi, the south of Jordan, through Israel and out to Europe. It's like dramatic. It could change literally. That's when they talk about IMEC, we think about logistics corridors, but if we think about technology corridors, it becomes wow. And I'm just, being here, I have to say, it's been emotional for me. And so I'm super hopeful that with proper leadership, we can get to a different spot.
Can I go back to the LP question for a second?
Yeah, go for it.
What is it like being public?
I'm glad you brought that up.
Who are your
different
LPs?
quarterly reports?
Like what do you do every 90 days?
So
sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm
it's
fascinated.
We have 5,000 retail investors, and what makes life interesting is that they can have 1 share or a million shares, but they still like to email you and ask very questions.
What a nightmare.
And when share price isn't performing, which in the London markets at the moment, it's quite challenging, irrespective of underlying performance, you get a lot of inbound. And
need a reporting agent.
I think the motivation for me was, genuinely to democratize access to venture capital. I always felt that it had been the preserve of few. And when we built this permanent capital vehicle, so we have a closed-ended investment trust, any returns are recycled, and you don't find yourself in that perennial fundraise. And if you need to be patient, hold on. Keep holding. You don't need to kind of stay within the investment or hold period. And so for me, if I look at our shareholders, both wealth managers, pension funds, but predominantly retail, it has really given them the opportunity to access the inaccessible. The challenge I think we find ourselves in is the public markets, and in particular in the UK, have become much more short-term. And we're a Series A investor. And I don't need to tell you guys, this is a long journey. And we're 7 years in. We had a GPLP, now we're obviously listed, and we will have other GPLP vehicles alongside. But the reality is when we went in and said, look, judge us after about 15 years. That'll be a really good test. Well, halfway through, they're like, what's going on? Like every 6 months, I want to see progress. I want to see realizations. Like, it doesn't happen like that. It doesn't fit within a 6 month. We only report twice a year, not quarterly, thankfully, but still I'm about to report our interims. And we've got some great momentum. We've got 3 businesses that will be generating more than $500 million of revenue. There's only 100 fintechs globally that are generating an ARR of $500 million, and we've got 3 of them, and we backed them from the beginning. And yet,
congratulations.
But yet, the market is saying, but your share price. I'm like, forget the share price. Take the long-term view, come back in 3 years. So you do have those dynamics, but I think coming back, I guess, to the question of, we made our first investment in the region. We co-invested with Bilal at Sharouk in UAE-based business called Pemo, which is just launched in Saudi. And that generated a lot of interest from both analysts, but also investors who said, okay, you have the capacity to take 20% of your capital and put it anywhere. We actually think that is well worth a bet, and we'd like to see you do a little bit more. We said, look, we dipped our toe, and we're only going to invest in teams that we believe have cut their teeth in established markets and established businesses alongside really credible tier 1 investors in the region. But I think having that flexibility gives you a little bit of comfort and allows you to take some of those.
Interesting enough, RLPs in Canada, especially the pension funds, have been doing co-investments with entities here outside of the region. Very few have invested in the region, with the exception of CDPQ that owns 20% of the ports, and DP. Everybody else is watching and trying to see what's going to happen, and we're a big role in showing what is possible and what type of relationship can bring to local investments that creates value that we can also bring back to North America as opportunities. So it was, I think, the diversification strategy of the region at first allowed all of these co-investments, and now the next phase is actually to also see the investments coming here. Brookfield has done extremely well and has massively invested locally, and we have a few companies, but on the capital front, everything is to be seen now.
We've had a very peculiar, but I think for the sake of this panel and the people listening, interesting relationship with our LPs, because contrary to what people think from the outside, the allocators here are much more likely to think about, when it comes to venture capital and sort of alternatives, look at funds outside the region. And so we started life in 2017 investing out of a couple of $1 million, friends and family. We went and knocked on the doors of all the allocators here to say, we're a homegrown Abu Dhabi VC fund, the first one to get regulated in ADPM, the first private one ever. Back us, and they were like, you're doing venture capital and I can get into A16Z or Bessemer, like, what are you doing? And where's the venture here? Right? Alhamdulillah, this year we're going to end the year on $850 million in AUM, and we're backed by PIF, Mubadala, ADQ, etc. But that took a lot of knocking on doors.
Yeah.
And people think, but you're based in Abu Dhabi. You know, it should be
How
pretty easy. You should just be able to walk down the street, sit in the lobby of the Four Seasons and race. But they are incredibly sophisticated on how they think about alternatives. And we happen to have done this during an era where the ecosystem has had to be also grown and built. So we had to not just go into and invest in these companies, we had to add value.
Yeah.
And we had to add value, of course, in terms of talent, business strategy, helping these companies raise, but also saying to the likes of Mubadala, PIF, etc., fine, if you won't be LPs, why don't we do a co-investment in this company together? So we had to almost be a source of directs for them.
Yeah.
And then they said, okay, hang on, there's something happening here with these guys at Sharuk.
So it's funny, Bilal, because I made my first trip to the region in 2008, and the common wisdom, and it was pretty real, that you in 2008, if you came over from Silicon Valley, you could go home with a bag of money.
Yeah.
And you know, now, as you suggest, all the LPs are very sophisticated, well versed in their options.
They see everything.
And you know, they're doing 7 meetings a day, 25 days a month. You may have the best meeting in the world and think you've got it. They've forgotten you 24 hours later. So when I said we decided to invest here and be here, the other, I think, biggest change is that the LPs in the region particularly want to see what you're doing in the region. So we made our first investment in Saudi. It's growing 400%. It's growing, amazing company. We're in final diligence in a company in the UAE. And I think that's important to them. Our US LPs love that we're here and partnered with the LPs in the region. I think that there's a consonance and an understanding that there is an ecosystem being built here that is very similar and supportive. To your point, Chris, I was, when I left Silver Lake, I was a senior advisor to CPPIB for 5 years. And I saw the inside of that and the sort of the inherent conservatism. They're not ready to make those investments yet.
They just started doing local investments. We brought them into Wealthsimple and Cohere in Canada, and these are their first investments. So they're very conservative.
Might still need another decade or so, right?
Yeah, but you know, I think the LPs are very excited about what's happening. At least ours are.
Yeah. Because there's also a strategic element to it, right?
Yeah.
There is something to be said. You know, all LPs are not the same, right? CBTIP's sort of areas of focus, what they're responsible for in terms of tax dollars and pension of dollars, is very different to a sovereign wealth fund that has operating businesses under it, investments around the world, has got similar end goals of supporting national development, but through very different routes. And so how you can also add value to your LPs beyond just extraction is also very important here. You have to have a value creation strategy for your LPs.
I love that you brought that up. How do you think about providing value to your LPs? Obviously, there's the TVPI needs to go up, IRR needs to look in the right direction, but how do you think about all the other things that encompass servicing that end of the
So I'll give you just some very quick examples. The first is beyond what you said. I think that's the base case, that's the obvious. The other is, of course, deal flow for directs. Right, so we are in regular contact with, whether it's Mubadala, PIF, ADQ, who come up to us and say, what are you seeing in the market? And thankfully, they're actually stepping into a slice which I hope others here will step into, which is the missing middle. So we've now got a pretty established, entrenched, early stage set of investors here in the region. We've got wonderful institutions that are doing the very big tickets. But if you today are a Series B, C company and want to raise 20, 30 million bucks, it's not there. And that is a major roadblock to excellent companies who are growing, who have got fantastic leadership, great products, to actually get to that sort of pre-IPO or growth stage. So those directs are a big piece of it. The third, I'd say, is also helping them in terms of their own talent strategy, understanding of the market. Remember, research is wafer thin here when it comes to privates. And so we end up being a conduit for their eyes and ears on, well, what's happening in privates? And tell us some of the stats that you have in-house and research you're doing, because we're closest to the action.
It's super valuable because the knee-jerk reaction from some of these big LPs is to hire McKinsey.
Yeah.
And that's not useful for a pre-seed or a Series A company coming out of Israel. And if you can give them guidance, wisdom, thoughts, and again, like we're looking at, last year we looked at something over 1,500 companies. Many of those came to us through the networks of communities that we've built. We share those with our LPs, but specifically to the folks in the region, we do research reports. We publish a report. So we're focused exclusively on transportation and mobility. We publish a 270 slide deck called the Moving World Report for our LPs, and to help them think about what they should be looking at.
So similar for us, we did two things over the last 2 decades, what we truly well implemented. On one front is the co-investments. So on the co-investment, it took 5 years before it actually kicked in, but once it kicked in, we're up to 1.3 billion of co-invest GPLP alone. Second thing we did is that we built an emerging manager program. So we're basically across 2 funds, one in Europe, one in North America right now. We are an LP in 30 funds active, managed by 23 emerging managers, either their first or second, and now their third funds. And that has been extremely value add for our LPs.
Nice.
Our world is completely different. The
Would
only
love to
thing
hear
our
it.
LPs care about is that we have a differentiated view of the world and opportunity and deliver them returns. There's no co-invest. There's no additional add-on. We run a series of $300 million small funds like Benchmark Capital does to deliver outsized returns. We report to our LPs reasonably sparse information on a quarterly basis and have an annual meeting where we share with them a lot more. And I think, we talked about this yesterday, I think the only thing our LPs expect and demand of us, and demand is probably the right word, is to have an absolutely differentiated perspective, because this is an outlier business at the end of the day. And so it's, whether I shared it yesterday, and we have had this view of sovereign tech because of the changing geopolitical landscape. What are the critical capabilities? Quantum AI, cyber, biotech, chemical, specialty chemicals, materials that every country is going to need to have a seat at the table in order to kind of trade supply chains. And our other one was, we've had this contrarian view on AI that most of these big model companies are going to blow up, but the big winners are going to be the people who build actual businesses, operating businesses that leverage the commoditization of AI. So we've been looking like idiots for a long time, to be perfectly honest.
So did we.
Because of the models. We sat the whole thing out.
In 2020, we came out and said we're doing the thesis of our firm is AI in the physical world. And the question I've got first was, what's AI?
Yeah.
And what do you mean about the physical world? And now you've got Jensen on stage saying, AI in the physical world is the most important thing. And everybody's like, oh, now you get it. And we have an IPO on Monday. It's all... But it's taken 6 years of wandering around the wilderness, proselytizing and evangelizing something that nobody.
2015, we backed an AI insurance company called Lemonade.
Okay.
AI was. InsurTech hadn't been invented as a category yet. And that's what our LPs want. They want just absolute differentiation, that it's going to be different. In our own case, everyone does cyber in Israel. We don't do cyber.
Right.
That's fair.
I think it's when you're a specialist, you have to get into the really esoteric opportunities. And I think financial services, fintech, you can have some, you need deep domain expertise. You can get into some really kind of quite complicated and unsexy businesses. But if you can unlock the gem, whether it's in the capital markets or whether it's in the back office of insurance, this is what certainly our LPs are looking for, to find that needle in a haystack.
I love that we ended on that, just because we're short on time here as well. But this has been such an insightful discussion. So all of you, thank you so much for sharing all your candor. And thank you, everyone, for showing up to listen.
Thank
you. Thank you. That was fun.
Thanks for jumping.
Well done, David. Great.
I swear these seats are comfier and comfier the longer I sit in them. Well, thank you all for coming to this talk we have over here, which is the collaboration between the kingdom as well as the valley. And there's so much to chat about, but to give a little introduction of everyone who's sitting in front of us today, Prince Khaled is the managing director as well as the vice chairman for East 40 Holdings, a former venture partner of Build and Raid Ventures as well, and has held a number of board roles across many startups, including advising Andreessen Horowitz, which we mentioned in the last panel as well. Tala from Wild is running a $50 million AI native MENA fund based in the heart of the kingdom. Christian is a partner at 137 Ventures, which has, I believe, $7 billion under management and has invested in companies like SpaceX, Anduril, Palantir, Uber, just to name a few. And as well as the co-founder of the Hill and Valley Forum, which I imagine a lot of you came to yesterday. And from what I hear, the first one you've done internationally. Yes. Anu from Avra is ex-YC Continuity, a growth investor in Brex, Replit, Applied Intuition, whatnot, and many of the founders that you might have heard in the conference so far. Courtney from 500 is leading the 500 MENA fund backed by PIF and SVC, and former founder and former CEO of Agent Pronto, which I believe sold to Fidelity a while back. So the goal of this one is to demystify some of the conversations that are happening between the Valley as well as the Kingdom. So maybe Prince Khaled, maybe we start with you first. How has regulation unlocked some of the regional expansion for companies based locally?
Thank you for having me, and it's a pleasure to be here. And we're talking in the context of local startups.
Local startups.
Here. Perfect. So I think ever since the Crown Prince launched Vision 2030 about maybe 10 years ago now, we've seen a huge unlock in young entrepreneurs in the kingdom that have gone on to build, the likes of Tabby and Tamara and some of the companies that you know today. And I think the only way that founders are comfortable building companies in the kingdom is if they have the backing of the government to go alongside that. So if you think about what the Crown Prince has done in the last 10 years or so, he has set up fund of funds like SVC and Jeddah, et cetera, that have essentially unlocked capital that founders need to build. Yeah. That's been something that's been hugely beneficial for companies locally. He's obviously, think of MCIT and what Al-Swah is leading right now with NTDP and some of the other programs as well. So it always starts from the government kind of leading the initiative and setting up the right infrastructure and regulatory kind of system so that founders can grow and build companies locally. So I think that there's been major reforms across financial services, across MCIT, especially when it comes to like software companies and data security and things like that. So I think the last, I would say, 10 years or so has been there's been a small, I would say, glimpse in what founders can build when they have the right regulatory system around them and the government backing as well. And I think in the next 10 years, we're going to see companies now go public. Yeah. And that's going to also incentivize more founders to build locally and then scale from there. I think when it comes to building companies in the region, we have to think of the GCC as one market. So Saudi has to collaborate with Qatar, with UAE, with Bahrain, with Kuwait, and some of the other countries in the GCC. And we're seeing these countries now collaborate together and give the opportunity for founders to seamlessly expand into other markets. Yeah. And that's been really beneficial. And I'm the co-founder of a business called ClearGrid, and we operate in the financial services space. And we started in the UAE, and it's been extremely easy for us to expand into the Saudi market just because of the relationship that Saudi and the UAE has today.
And why do you say, and I'd love to hear Courtney and Anu and your thoughts as well, like why would you say like the MENA region is like a collective region seem to be the same? Because in many ways, let's say, Christian, you do a lot of work in Europe, each region in Europe is seen as a different country and different region and treated differently. Why would you say that?
Yeah,
I'd love to hear your thoughts as well.
The obvious one is just the market size.
Yeah.
As in if you're building a company in the UAE, the market is just not scalable enough. At least when it comes to venture-backed businesses who need to see, those, 1 billion plus exits to justify the investment that they're making into a company. So it's still possible to build entrepreneurs to build businesses in the region and in UAE, standalone and Saudi. But if you're trying to build venture-backed businesses, the most obvious one is market size that I would probably highlight.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and I would definitely echo what Prince Khalid has said on market size, but additionally, because if you look at the way the Middle East has developed the startup ecosystems, you've had various clusters that have come online in terms of regulatory sandboxes that happened, earlier in the evolution. So take Bahrain initially, which was very heavily focused on fintech. And then as things scaled, you start to see logistics forming more of a cluster in Egypt, or, obviously Saudi has done a lot of incredible things in cyber and other areas that are continuing to grow. So I think as an investor, in order to make sure you're capturing the best opportunities, you need to be able to not only encompass the market size, but really be able to reach out to founders and make sure they get connected in the regulatory areas where they're going to get the most support for their business to grow. So it does operate a little bit differently relative to the U.S. or to the United Kingdom or other areas where you have full regulatory fluency across a single country. Within the MENA region today, you really actually have to have the combination of all the regulatory bodies.
And one thing I'll point out as well is that the venture market in the region is still very young.
Yeah.
And we're still a few years behind Silicon Valley, but I think as we see more exits in the venture space, and as we see more companies scale even globally, not just regionally, we're going to see a lot more confidence from young founders to think global and not just regional, and that we're still missing that. So we have to hack the local markets, the regional markets first, and then we're going to start to see founders hopefully start in Saudi and then build for Asia, for Africa, for the UK and Europe, and then hopefully one day Americas.
And Tala, I'm curious for you, as you're building a fund specifically designed for the region.
Actually, that's not entirely true. We actually invest in the Bay
corrected.
Area, and we also invest in the Middle East.
Yeah.
And I'll piggyback off of what Prince Khalid was saying. So part of what we're trying to do, our reason for existing is to actually allow founders to go from Saudi Arabia straight to the US. So we want to actually build those bridges for them. So this is why we focus on the region, but we also invest in Bay Area founders and helping them scale and access opportunities here. We believe, so we're an AI fund, as you rightly mentioned, and we believe that with AI, you have to be global first. You have to be thinking global first. And the winning formula is to be a technical founder, especially if you're targeting the same returns as any of the VCs in Silicon Valley, which we are. Obviously, you can create businesses outside of that, and I think there are still tons of businesses to be created in the region outside of AI, but you need to be a category leader. And it is our belief that in order to make that happen, you must dominate the US. Yeah. If you can make it in the US, if you can become a category leader there, then you can make it anywhere. And so part of our reason for existing is to help founders based in this region access opportunities there, and that's through access to incredible founders like everyone here on this panel. It's access to accelerators and opportunities there. It's still my belief that the best AI ecosystem is the Bay Area.
Yeah.
And then also with go-to-market. And so one of the things that we're really proud of, I used to advise Andreessen Horowitz. Actually, that's how we met. Is one of their go-to-market partners, because as a firm, they've done an incredible job of productizing what they do. So they have 100 people doing go-to-market. They have 100 people helping you on talent, 100 people helping you with capital raising. And we've managed to attract one of the partners to become a venture partner in our fund to help founders, especially from the region, access enterprises in the U.S. So I think building that bridge, especially in AI, that's sort of global first, is incredibly important.
And just one thing to add to that as well is I just spent the last month in San Francisco, and it was incredibly enlightening when I went there. I think the biggest difference that I think we can learn from in Saudi, specifically in the region, is that founders in in the Valley or in the U.S. in general, they're encouraged to build things and potentially fail buildings. And like there's no, the investors know that if they back founders in the earlier stages, that it might just not work out, right? And I think in the region, we still have investors who are not comfortable with that environment.
That risk profile.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, like 9 out of 10 businesses in venture fail anyways, right?
Yeah.
Or at least don't succeed. So we don't have that mentality where we are incentivizing founders to build, and they might, most of them will fail. But the idea is that you keep backing them and you keep incentivizing to build. I think that's something that we can learn.
What is the safety net that you think we need to provide for these founders? And Christian, I'd love to hear your thoughts as well on like, what does that safety net need to look like? Because you spend a lot of time with public and private partnerships as well. What are the incentives that we need to put in play?
Yeah, I think my version of this, especially given we'll refocus on the growth stages at 137 Ventures, is different angle. And I think one of the key drivers here, to your point on how to sort of de-risk this, is you want to create the next generation of talent locally if you're building an ecosystem that actually draws capital from abroad, so it's not solely reliant on sort of capital base locally. So an example, whether it's Europe, the Middle East, is how do you get some of the largest tech companies in the world from the US to end up actually opening up offices here, opening up a presence here, opening up manufacturing here. And then from there, you'll get talent that's trained that will end up having a much easier time having access to capital and getting backing. And so you've seen this whether in Europe, there's a Cambridge Aerospace, which is kind of one of these sovereign champions in the UK on the defense side, focus on deep strike missiles. One of the founders there was at Anduril, right? And so their fundraise was extremely easy because they raised from Lux, which was an Anduril backer, and they also raised from local kind of European capital. I think you'll see a lot more of that. Europe has the advantage of having a bunch of tech hubs, whether it's in Zurich, where NVIDIA and OpenAI and Google's largest offices are, and other places. I think what you'll see over time here is as you bring some of the largest companies here and they begin to open up a presence, talent will be trained there and they'll have a much easier time raising. At least, like I said, you look to the model in Europe and other countries, someone that spent time at an Anduril, at a SpaceX, at a Palantir, particularly Palantir, which has a huge presence there, you've had a ton of startups that have fundraised that have been pretty successful that are ex-Palantir people in Europe. I think that's what you want to replicate here. Anu and I have a lot of portfolio overlap, and I think our companies are the ones, at least for me on my side, that I'm particularly interested in trying to help them scale out abroad internationally because it does have that downstream impact. Yeah. So, what you actually want is an Applied Intuition, a Brex, a Hex, Gusto, wherever else we have overlap. Probably not Gusto, but Applied definitely is spending time here. Yeah. And I think, if they're able to get something done, then they will 100% have a presence, and then you have talent trained. How do you drive that? To Khaled's points, you're going to need either the commercial or the government sectors to step up. There's like a chicken for the egg thing, right? And so whether it's an Anduril, whether it's an Applied Intuition, that's probably going to be top down, driven by the government. And once they have a contract and they have a beginning of a commercial relationship, they will invest their own dollars here. And so I think it's a shift of like, hey, partner with the largest US tech companies, bring them here, they'll invest their own capital, and actually they'll subsidize your next set of entrepreneurs, and US capital will back those entrepreneurs. So my version of this is actually going at it from that route, which is bring the largest US tech companies here, and that will create an ecosystem that has, that I think is a bit more de-risked, because US capital will actually back those founders.
Yeah, and I would add, I've practiced venture capital primarily in the US for the last 20 years, but I'm Indian and grew up in India, and I would say comparing India, Europe, and Latin America, I think India solved the safety net problem pretty quickly and better than the other ecosystems. And so in addition to what Kristen said about, hey, get the US companies to expand here, the US venture funds all have presence in India. They have Accel, Lightspeed, you can go down the list, Sequoia then split, but for years it was Sequoia India. And I think you need that US training mindset of that safety net, which is, it is okay 90% of the investments are going to fail, or 95 even, and only the top 5% is going to work out. So that actually helped evolve the VC ecosystem much better in India, versus you don't see that in LATAM even today. It took years, and now you have Monashis in Kazakh, but they don't have the US VC funds over there. Yeah. Right? And I think if you can create pathways for US VC funds to set up in MENA, and there are more attractive opportunities over time. I mean, you have Hisham from Lean, you have Majid from Munzil, Founders Fund just at their investment. So I do think you have to let the US VCs participate here, and create opportunities for them to be here to participate, that will then allow this ecosystem to learn faster as well.
What do you mean when you say you want to give space for U.S. investors to be out here? Is it capital by being LPs in these funds? Is it education? Like how do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it depends because even in India, for them to set up, it wasn't easy. It was like, am I raising money from US LPs? Is it easy for me to raise money from Indian LPs? India actually makes it really hard for distributions because if you're an Indian company, they do want you to list in India. And then when you distribute, usually most US endowments have tax benefits, which they're not going to get from Indian companies. Yeah. So it's one thing to say, oh yeah, you can all set up, but like, what does it take to set up? What does it take to raise money? What does it mean for distributions? And so I do think that the local authorities working with them on unblocking regulatory requirements, tax requirements, making it easy for them to invest locally and then also service their LPs. Because most US funds, when they set up, they're not raising locally. Yeah. They're bringing their existing LPs to raise the fund here.
I'd like to kind of piggyback on this. So 500 started initially in Silicon Valley, but today we manage about $3 billion and we invest in 80 countries. We have teams on the ground in 27 countries. So we have dealt firsthand with the hardships of being able to come as a US venture capitalist and integrate into the ecosystem and be able to really benefit from the opportunities here. But I will say there is a very significant difference in our experience launching in Saudi. We made our first investment in Saudi in 2016, and now we're the most active early stage investor across the Middle East. Yeah. But coming here, where you had largely the GCC sovereigns really rapidly changing the regulatory landscape, frankly rolling out the red carpet to try and incentivize funds to come here, has paid off enormous dividends. I mean, I think the kingdom's a great example of that. Yeah. Interesting story. We actually met His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in 2017 when he first visited Saudi Arabia and told us about the vision and what was going to happen. And that incentivized us to come over here and learn. And today we're very deeply embedded. But we've worked in other countries where we've had to invest from our US funds because we frankly couldn't handle the regulatory burden or the capital controls that were going to prevent us from servicing our LPs. So that's a critical component.
Well, Courtney, question to you. How has the narrative shifted and changed for you as you've been pitching MENA-based LPs? Has it changed and how has it evolved over time?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great question. So we launched our first fund in the region in 2017, and there were very few funds, venture capital here at the time. And largely the idea at that point was we were going to help grow the ecosystem together. We were going to bring awareness to the ecosystem as a whole. But I would say there was much less focused on the financial objections that typical LPs would have, right? So in the beginning, we were looking at how many startups can we help get created, not just get funded. How many other VCs can we help attract? Now today, we've had 4 funds in the region. It's very much a financial discussion. Yeah. So the shift has been, are we purely meeting strategic objectives, or are we really looking at this as a part of their capital allocation strategy?
Tala, for you, could you compare and contrast that with your fundraising journey? Like, how has that been similar and or different from how 500 has been done it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, 500 are trailblazers for really educating the ecosystem when, family offices and even sovereigns, were still early in the game. Interestingly for us, so as you pointed out earlier, we are a newly launched fund. We announced in May of this year to coincide with President Trump's visit. And interestingly, to date, most of our investors are actually US-based family offices and angels. And I think what's really great is, there is a great emphasis on emerging managers, especially those who want to give back to the region, which obviously we're very mission-oriented in doing that and in bringing those technologies here. And agree with what Christian was saying earlier about sort of helping to create that ecosystem, and we believe it can happen here now that the regulations are there. And I think that the ways that decisions are made actually in the U.S. And here are really different, right? In the U.S., I think it is obviously financially motivated, and that makes a lot of sense. And in my experience, I'll say it's much quicker, right? Like you could write the strategy on the back of a napkin, and people are like, okay, I'm in, let's go, right? Like I've closed, investors over like text messages, over quick conversations. Here, it's a very long-term sort of oriented approach where you really have to build the relationship, you really have to build that trust. And I think a lot of investors, even those that are not necessarily have explicit KPIs focused on developing the country, we are let's say middle power in this region. Everyone's orientation is towards development. What are you bringing back, right? Are you only taking? What are you bringing back? Are we aligned in our values? And so that always takes time. So inshallah, as we like to say, we'll bring on more investors from this region, and I think, I think that, you guys have done an incredible job educating the ecosystem, but there's still a lot more, I think, also that we need to keep working on. We haven't yet achieved,
And I think the answer probably lies somewhere in between, where we need international tech companies to come here and set up offices, educate the next generation, but then we need that ground-up kind of initiative from the country and from everyone involved. As you know, like when I was in San Francisco, I was very surprised because every single company that was built there, someone either went to Stanford or MIT or one of these universities. So universities play a big part in educating the next generation of founders. So it starts from there, it starts from the schools. So it's really a ground-up initiative. We need that to launch as well. And Kaus is doing a good job of that. King Saud University is doing a good job of that, and we need more of that too. So it's a mixture of international businesses coming to the region. It's a mixture of local companies building the next generation of founders as well. And then, of course, that ground-up kind of initiative from the government. And the answer probably is somewhere in between.
When you say the education, the groundswell from bottoms up, do you mean more so, and like what proportion of this is incentivizing foreign universities to create communities for these in, let's say, the Stanfords, the MITs, the Harvards out there?
Yeah, we were just speaking about this morning as well. So you're seeing a lot of foreign universities expand to the UAE right now and setting up universities there. It would be good for them to also bring their expertise to Saudi as well. But I think the local universities have to do their part as well. I mean, the biggest issue I think we have in Saudi today is the lack of engineering talent. Most of the companies that I back, even my own business today, most of our engineers are either in India or the UAE, or we relocate them to the UAE.
Right.
We need to kind of harness the next generation of engineering talent as well. And the only way that happens is if you incentivize the local universities to empower young Saudis to be able to become engineers, of course. And then we need international businesses to come in, build centers of excellence in the Saudi, build R&D centers as well. And I think that kind of mixture of initiatives, will hopefully see Saudi, build the engineering powerhouse that it wants to in the region.
And if I could quickly on this point, I think one thing that's often overlooked about Silicon Valley is that you had DARPA and the U.S. government investing in the premise of the internet for 40 years before even Stanford was really coming online, and you had the natural kind of ecosystem develop. So if you look at Saudi, we're very early in this game, right? Yeah. The first government intervention into the ecosystem was really 2017, 2018. So I think we should expect that it will take much more intervention in all forms and all types for us to see the same sort of kind of growth and catalytic moment that other ecosystems have had around the world.
That's fair. And what would you say that stepwise function in the timeline needs to look like? Christian, you spend a lot of time in the US, obviously with the Hill and Valley Forum and all that. How have you seen public and private relationships really work out?
I mean, I think for the most part, well, you have twofold, right? Obviously, each country has its different capital markets and its different sort of public sector dynamics, and each region. I will say, though, there are similar trends that are happening in the U.S., across the West, and here as well. So the two, right, are reindustrialization and rearmament. Both are a key focus, and I think are big drivers. And I think downstream impacts or derivative impacts will be some of the things we're talking about here, right? So you see this across the board when the governments in U.S., Europe, or in the Gulf are signaling that they're going to spend more on defense. Then you're going to see private capital follow and entrepreneurs follow. They're going to go build companies to go after that opportunity. If you're going to see a focus on reindustrialization and building more redundancy within supply chains, bringing back more manufacturing, which is happening all across the world, then similar, you're going to see industrial policy that then drives capital markets and entrepreneurs to go and try to build companies. So I do think that is one place where the public sector can play a creative role. I still think you'll kind of run into some of the same problems for these other markets, which is a talent drain issue, which you were hitting on. And so the key thing is, how do you actually incentivize your most talented folks who will leave to go get educated in other places? Many times not, maybe like in Europe, but for the most part, many people do end up going to Europe or the US to get educated, which can be a tool and you can leverage that. How do you keep them, right? And so if you have a very talented engineer that grew up in Saudi or grew up somewhere else and they go and get educated in the West, and then they end up having the opportunity to go get a job at OpenAI or Palantir, they're going to stay, right? That's just logic. I think the interesting part is, once again, if they can get that same job as an engineer at OpenAI or Palantir, maybe different economics, but now they weigh in the decision they can move back home and be with their family, you're going to get more people to do that, right? And I think this has happened in other countries, and I think that's the same derivative impact that you'll get by having more of a presence here. And so that's one reason why you want these large companies here. But I agree, it's not the only sort of solution here, but it's one of the big drivers. So in short, like, yes, government plays a big role, but you also need to figure out how you can keep your talent here that does get trained and educated abroad when they're younger.
I mean, Courtney, 500 focuses a lot on the education of the market in general, which has paved the way in a lot of ways for what we have today. How do you think about education? What needs to go in the curriculum in order for people to be excited, to be incentivized to be out here?
I mean, I would think if you're talking about locally, what needs to be created, or more or foreign and kind of coming here.
Let's start locally, domestically first, and then we can backtrack.
Yeah. So in 2021, we worked with the Public Investment Fund to run a study on really what the potential interventions could be to move the kingdom forward. And one of the small but very interesting things that we found is that in universities at that time in Saudi, you could not actually take a business course unless you were a business major, right? That is one very small example that has now been altered today to enable, the system to be more flexible, to begin exposing people to things like business and entrepreneurship. I actually live in Saudi. My kids are here, so I know from the curriculum that they're now teaching entrepreneurship and design thinking starting at the 3rd grade level. I think those sort of changes, yes, is really wonderful to see, because back to the concepts around just your mindset for being open to failure, that is something that you grow up with. It's very difficult at later in adulthood to kind of pick up. So I think really early education around flexibility, growth mindset, design thinking, et cetera, is critical. But I would definitely agree that from a technical talent perspective, I would hope that there would be an even greater focus on bringing technical talent and teaching technical talent, technical schools throughout the kingdom.
Part of this is what Cal had mentioned earlier, which is about in the Silicon Valley, there's a culture of failing, which is hard to replicate in a lot of ways. There's part of this where it's the by-the-book academic talent where you can teach them engineering, but part of this is also the culture of, like, if you make a mistake, it's okay to get back up. How do you think about that when it comes to education?
Yeah, I mean, I think one way that we often advise governments to try and change the culture related to this concept is actually really heavily highlighting the success cases that have come from the market. Yeah. So here in Saudi and across the region, there's almost 20 companies valued at over $200 million, so still early stage companies. And what you're starting to see is governments put in place kind of campaigns, right, to really showcase the fact that these talents are, born here, working here, changing the economies here. And even things like this help the younger generation to see, what this can be me, right? And I don't need to be a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer. It's okay. I can go be a founder. Right. All of us, for sure. Certainly, many of our parents would have told us the same thing. So I think there is a general awareness around the fact that entrepreneurship is a pathway, that we have many successful founders here in this region. I think that's one very critical step.
Yeah, and I would add to that saying you need long-term patience for it.
Yeah.
I mean, Silicon Valley was built over multiple decades. We still don't have a strong New York or a Seattle. It's up and coming, but it's still not there, right? And so, I mean, if you look at India, for example, the analogy is Flipkart. They were the first successful company that didn't go public, but built the Amazon of India and got acquired by Walmart. I would say India's decade is now.
Yeah.
You now see a string of IPOs coming in, but it's taken close to 30 years. But today, the number one job that most engineers at IIT want is to start a company. In fact, even the parents encourage it. And Indian parents never encourage you to go to startup because they know it's straight failure. But today, all the parents are like, go to startup, So it takes years of celebrating even small successes, but you need to have patience.
Yeah.
And I think if you lose the patience, it can hurt the pathway that you laid. It doesn't come as quickly as you think, but it's, in a 10-year time frame, it's not, you will see more success.
It's a great example because if you look at Los Angeles, which is another emerging market and still emerging, not in the scale of San Francisco, but Los Angeles, the reason why really it has blown up more recently has been because first you had talent that was there and trained from Northrop, Boeing, Raytheon, Lockheed, who all had major hubs there back on an earlier point. And then you had one champion, SpaceX, right, that was built there. And that obviously created a whole ecosystem where now every aerospace and defense startup has to start either in Southern California or at least have an early presence there. And so I think that is an example of where, once you get the local talent, then the other piece is you do need a successful story, right? You can't build an ecosystem with a bunch of US companies with offices here, right? That is just the first step. And then you do need entrepreneurs and you need one to build a big one. And to your last point, right, you do need probably more of a broader GCC framework because combined, you can build a large enough outcome that can sort of be that champion like you've seen in large markets like India or Europe. So I think that is, all the pieces are there. It does take time.
I don't know if it's on the magnitude of decades. I mean, we used to see 10 years back, the average company from inception to IPO was 7 to 9 years. We're inching towards the longer part of the decade at this point. But I think a lot of this about the 4-minute mile, right? Once someone broke the 4-minute mile, hundreds of others started breaking the 4-minute mile after. So I guess, Khaled, question for you. How do you think about incentivizing and helping a homegrown company really be successful out here?
Yeah, I think it's the good thing about this question is it's already happening today. People are being incentivized to build. I mean, the most obvious one is, we have Mohammed Al-Arifi, I'm going to call him out over here from MCIT. He's a big part of many people that are trying to incentivize founders by giving them office spaces, grants, a suite of services that they can utilize, cloud credits, etc. So I think, as Christian was saying, and the rest of the people here, I think it always starts with the government. They need to be able to build the right framework and foundation to give the founders the first push to be able to build companies. And then, like every other founder, then it's up to you to make it a success, right? No one's gonna build it for you, right? But all the country can do, and the government and the ecosystem that's around you, is at least give you the right foundation and ecosystem and framework to be able to go and do that. Yeah. And then, unfortunately, it's up to the founders to take that step and leap of faith.
And potentially also raise U.S. capital after in the longer term growth stages.
Yeah, and I would also add, one of the things that is really important, especially when you're getting started, is also the buy-in of the private sector, right? And having the right mentors around you. But what I specifically mean by that is, when you operate in Silicon Valley, right? Companies like NVIDIA have programs like Inception that allow you to leverage their infrastructure to run POCs, right? And I would love to see the private sector here, some of the bigger companies really step up to that. I know, for example, Plug and Play has been running, some sandbox programs where they bring in corporate partners and then they allow companies to, build POCs. But how can we actually do that in a way where the private sector actually sees the opportunities, right, for early stage founders? I think companies like Palantir have obviously penetrated the region and done a great job, but they come with, an army and credibility and, decades of experience doing it. But how do we get the private sector to actually give startups the chance and to see the value in doing that, even if you fail, right? Especially when you fail. Because everyone walks away learning something.
Yeah.
Can I add something to that? I know
Absolutely.
the theme is AI and it's tech, but in emerging markets, some of your early successes in startups may not be very tech enabled. And that's okay, you still need to celebrate that.
Yeah.
For example, if you look at LATAM, you look at India, you look at Europe, fintech and consumer startups were the first to rise. And I see this with India too. We have a lot of the GPs from the venture funds now spending time in the US because a lot of Indian origin founders are the ones building AI companies. But India still has scarcity of consumer brands. And I think Faisal from Sanabel said this 2 days ago, which was like a juice brand, he was referring to one of the juice brands in Saudi, which is doing extremely well. Yeah. Shein, I think 40% of their revenue is Saudi. And my point is, you should celebrate that too. Yeah. Because the theme is AI, it shouldn't just be everyone should be focused on AI. It's actually hard in a new ecosystem to do B2B software because usually the willingness to pay is not that high, and private sector usually takes time. That's what we saw at least in India and in LATAM. But Brazil's biggest success is Nubank. It was Stone before that. For India, it was some of the consumer brands. It was also actually like a coffee brand, which had nothing to do with tech, but they just built the Starbucks of India. And so I think you should reward entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
And not be so focused on just what Silicon Valley is doing right at that moment.
It's a really good point. Also, on the SpaceX point, Elon's first company was a fintech company. So not the company he always wanted to build, but you want to encourage entrepreneurship regardless.
Yeah.
And within emerging markets, to your point, there's still these also other emerging industries that are extremely valuable, and there's big outcomes.
Actually, mobility has been huge in emerging markets. Obviously, if you look in the Middle East, we had Cream. If you look in Indonesia, Malaysia, you have Gojek. Yeah. You have this example again and again. And so I think that's an area where we're going to continue to see. Usually in our studies, we see mobility, consumer, and fintech are the first, and e-commerce as well. I don't think we can overlook what e-commerce has done in this market.
Why would you say, I love that Courtney and Anna, you both brought it up, but why would you say consumer and fintech are honestly like the first echelons of innovation, at least in an emerging market?
You take that in China, it was the same. I think it's because it is easy. So I would say there are two things. I think B2B software, at least I would use the analogy of India and LATAM, labor is already a lot cheaper. So in many places like Gusto, for example, payroll software never works in India. I can get a chartered accountant for cheaper than I pay for software. Yeah. So sometimes the economic value doesn't exist. But why is consumer? First, everyone wants payments. If you unlock payments, easier to offer consumer services. Second, we don't have big grocery retailers in India. There's no Whole Foods or Trader Joe's, and so people are looking for brands. They want more brands, and the middle class is like increasing in wealth, and so therefore they are willing to buy brands in an online format. And so that's kind of why you've seen consumer do very well initially, because it's improving convenience, providing more selection at a differentiated value. So consumers are willing to pay for that. And the GDP per capita in Saudi Arabia is excellent for that. So I would say if there is room for more consumer brands, that is actually a great opportunity to start with and sort of set the foundation for entrepreneurship.
Yeah, the infrastructure, as you mentioned. I know we're running short on time, so maybe as one last question to all of you, what is something that you all are personally excited about in the region? And maybe Khaled, we start with you.
Yeah, I think it's mainly just the next generation of founders that are coming up. I think the last 5 or 7 years, obviously the use cases we were seeing in terms of success was fintech, consumer retail, et cetera. But I think now the next generation of founders we're going to see a lot more young kind of Saudis that will kind of take that initiative and build companies. And, I'm excited to back them. So that's what I'm excited about.
I think, from an investment mindset, I like to look for where are there competitive advantages, whether I have some competitive advantage as an investor or the company itself has some durable, sustainable competitive advantage. And that is fundamentally just looking at where are the assets, right? And if you look in the region, particularly in Saudi, you have one, incredible access to energy. You have a balance sheet and a good business model overall within the country. And then you have, to your point, a very large and young population. Those are three assets that are a good place to start. So for me, it's just mainly looking at where you double and triple down on your strengths, which is what you want to do in a comparative advantage kind of economic world. So.
I think from our perspective, it's that we're really starting to see the light in the sense that we've been investing for a decade. We now have, I think, 14 companies just in our own MENA portfolio valued at over 100 million, which is great for a seed investor. And we actually just saw one of our largest exits ever come out of Egypt, voice AI model that was acquired by Meta for 8 figures. So the talent is here. It's just a matter of getting in there and being patient.
I think I'm excited by the founders that are building new startups. For example, Hisham from Lean, Majid from Manzil, Mahmoud from Nash. They all did our cohort. And, Hisham has the best of both worlds. He studied at Stanford. He has a great Silicon Valley network, and he's setting up the company here and as well as in UAE. Majid from Manzil, it wouldn't sound like a tech idea at the start, but he's solving a huge problem for Saudi, right? Which is, hey, if you have all this immigrant labor coming in, how do we set up housing for them? Yeah. And then how do we provide all the services? So I think that really good founders solve problems that are localized, and that's what I'm excited about.
Selfishly, we're an AI fund, so I am really excited about the theme of AI sovereignty.
Yeah.
And especially how the United States and this region can collaborate. We don't believe that you need to own every single element of the AI stack to be AI sovereign. What we look forward to and what we're excited about is having entrepreneurs leverage the cross-border relationship and partnership to build on top of that stack. I think it's really important that every nation have its own foundation models because it needs to be trained on our culture, on our values, on our language. And I think that building on top of that is really critical. And the other reason it's really important too is, of course, AI sovereignty is important for national security. So beyond just investing in incredible founders, we really need to think about how the geopolitical order is going to change and who are the relationships and the folks we need to be partnering with. And so it's our belief that this region and the U.S. stand to benefit a lot and have a lot of synergies and shared values that they should continue to be building upon.
I love it. There is no better place to end on. Thank you all so much for contributing your candor and insights as well. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.